Jdeme na to. So good morning, everybody. I think it's time to start. It is my great honor to welcome you all to the International Conference Resonance 3, the exhibition as medium in the Bloc. I speak here on behalf of WWP AVU Research Center team that prepared this conference together, and I would like to thank especially Eva Ellingerová, Luisa Kotočová, and Dagmar Svatošová, and of course many other people here at the Academy who helped us with preparation. So on behalf of all of us, I welcome you here most warmly. The AVU Research Center has been part of the Academy of Fine Arts in Prague for more than 20 years, and was the first research institute of its kind established as part of an art college in the Czech Republic. Its activities complement the existing range of scholarly research activities of the Art History Institute of Czech Academy of Science, art history departments at the Czech universities, and other state and private schools, museums, galleries, and initiatives. Our mission is to contribute to knowledge of the development of Czech art history after 1945 and to place it within the broader international context. We have been publishing peer-reviewed journal, The Notebook for Art, Theory, and Related Zones for over 15 years, and we are involved in other professional publication activities and research. The theme of today's conference is based on the research we have been conducting at the WWP AVU Research Center since 2015, which resulted in the 2020 in the book, The Exhibition as Medium, Czech Art 1957 to 1999, compiled and written by Dagmar Svatošová, Terezie Nekvindová, and myself. I'm happy that thanks to today's conference, we can see our extensive research on the transformation of exhibition in Czech art in a broader Central European context, in the context of the dialogue between East and West, which was significant for the second half of the 20th century. This conference is being held within the framework of Research Project Resonances, supported by Visegrad Grant in cooperation with Hungarian Central European Research Institute for Art History, Kempki, and Arpul Art Research Center in Budapest, the Department of Art History of the Comenius University in Bratislava, and the Piotr Piotrowski Center for Research on East Central Europe at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. The project focuses on the regional and trans-regional culture transfer in the art of the 1970s, but its scope goes well beyond it. The Prague conference is the third international conference in a row that the Resonance Project had managed to organize. It follows up on Resonance 1, which was entitled Nonconformist Art Under Socialism in Central Eastern Europe and its transnational network, parallel structures, communicating channels, and nodes. The first conference was held in March due to the pandemic online, and the second, Resonance 2, with the title Beyond Friendship, Regional Cultural Transfer in the Art of 1970s, took place in Budapest in May. Recordings of all conferences can be found on the project website, and I hope we will add ours as well. At this moment, I would like to thank all those who participate in the preparation of today's conference within the project. I would especially like to thank the Kempke team, Zsuzsa László, David Feher, and Emese Kurti, who provided us with the necessary project support. I would also like to thank the other project partners, Hanna Budeus, Magda Radomská, and Andrea Bátorová. A big thank you goes to the keynote speaker, Lucy Steeds, Gabriel Schwitte, Christian Nae, and Clara Kemp-Welsh. We really appreciate that you took the time to be here with us today. I would also like to thank to the moderators of each panel and all the speakers. In preparing for the conference, we were pleasantly surprised by how many interesting and quality abstracts we received in response to our open call. It was extremely difficult to choose just 12 of them to fit the presentations into 2 days. Our aim was to prepare a multi-layered but consistent program. This is one of the reasons why we decided to restrict the time of each presentation to 20 minutes, although this can prove insufficient. However, we find it important to give space to different topics, methods, and of course the discussion that is scheduled after each of the panels. I believe that the next 2 days will be inspiring, and we will look at the issue of the medium of exhibition and its development in the second half of the 20th century from different perspectives. We will be moving in a large space, from general reflections on the role of exhibition histories in art history, methodology, and the specificity of exhibition histories in the former Eastern Bloc space. We will involve ourselves in detailed probes of key exhibitions and their significance at the time, as well as contemporary discussions on the role of art in society. We are interested in the dialogue between different cultures of Central Europe, as well as the imaginary dialogue between the former East and West. We will also touch upon the role of institutional operation, the relationship between the official and unofficial scene, as well as the transformation of interpretative strategies in recent decades. The aim of the Resonance Project is to conduct an international and intercultural dialogue in the rich and complicated space of Central Europe. The research and publication activities of many of us will hopefully gradually lead to a better understanding of the complex historical transformations of art history in this space. In the spirit of Piotr Piotrowski's legacy, to whom last night was dedicated, perhaps the full emancipation of the history of art in our geographical space will come about. The place from which we speak is always crucial, which is why I'm so glad that despite the threat of another pandemic wave, we managed to meet here in Prague, literally in the heart of the Central Europe, as Czechs like to think of their capital. I hope that it will be the opportunity to discuss things together over the course of 2 busy days, but also to talk off record, to share information about our projects, research plans, and support each other in these difficult times. I also extend my warmest welcome greetings to those who cannot be here with us and who are following us online. To conclude this brief introduction, please allow me to share with you some remarks on the issue of exhibition histories, as we have been thinking about them in our research and preparation of the aforementioned book, The Exhibition as Medium, which was also impetus of convening this conference. It is a book that is 1,000 pages long with several hundred images, detailed reconstruction of 60 carefully selected exhibitions, and 3 introductory studies. The topics covered by my co-authors, Dagmar Svatošová and Terezia Nekvindová, will be presented as part of the conference program. So I would like to speak here mainly from my own perspective. At the beginning of our research, we realized how important a role the exhibition played in shaping the history of art during the second half of the 20th century, and how little we actually know about its forms and changes. When we compiled a working list of 100 key exhibitions of the Czech post-war period, we were struck by how little documentation of these events was known and available. Gradually, we discovered that even basic research on the institutional functioning of exhibition spaces, the relationship between gallery operation and the contemporary establishment, and the economic mechanisms of exhibition practices were absent. And that for most exhibitions, we had only catalogs and reviews published in the press at the time. For some, we didn't have even that. Thus began the painstaking work of gathering available documentation, archival research, and the research for living participants for individual events. It was very disappointing to discover that most galleries did not have functioning archives of their activities, with the House of Art in Brno and National Gallery in Prague being the notable exceptions. Even the archive of the Union of Czechoslovak Visual Artists, the key organization that controlled exhibition operations throughout the period of state socialism, was not fully accessible. And researching it was especially like looking for a needle in a haystack. In our basic orientation of this opaque terrain, we were greatly helped by research of Eva Skopalova, who made from available sources inventory of more than 12,000 exhibitions held in the individual state, municipal, and union galleries of the exam period. This is just from our book, part of that list of this sea of the exhibitions. So how did we select the 60 exhibitions from this really vast number of events? It was, of course, an extremely difficult and repeatedly discussed decision. Some of major exhibitions were excluded simply because it was almost impossible to find out anything about them. But the key point was that we used a different method from that applied in Bruce Altschuler inspiring books Salon to Biennale, exhibitions that made art history, or Jens Hoffmann's The Showtime, the 50 most influential exhibitions of contemporary art. Our goal was not to document the best exhibitions, but rather to analyze the terrain and reflect on the transformation of the medium of exhibition itself. We therefore chose those exhibitions that represented a specific example or model that were symptomatic and representative in some way. Of course, these were often exhibitions that had a significant impact on art history and reflected its transformation. But that was not our primary concern. Our main intention was to show what types of exhibitions took place and why, who prepared them and under what conditions, and what the contemporary and later reaction to these events was. We perceived the exhibition as an autonomous form of cultural production that serves to promote certain forms of art and legitimize it. We were interested in the means by which the medium of the exhibition achieves this and how this changes over time. The selection of exhibitions was thus very diverse, juxtaposed with official shows demonstrating the cultural ideology of the time, as well as various forms of exhibition organized in so-called second culture, such as apartment exhibitions, secret exhibition in official institutions, or site-specific projects organized on a semi-official basis. As Pavel Bichler aptly wrote in the catalogue, The Show, his definition of exhibition is, the show is the site of exchange where interest is produced, cultivated, socialized, and organized. The organization of the show is a comment on art and on the wider context of culture, economy, history, and politics in which the show is taking place. According to the Oxford English Dictionary online, exhibition means submitting for inspection, a public examination. Our selection looked at all of these aspects: how the exhibition is produced, how art is cultivated and socialized through it, but also how it falls under public inspection. Personally, I perceive the exhibition as a space-time in which various power relations and interests operate, a field in which cultural values, but also artistic and exhibition strategies shift. One could use Pierre Bourdieu's terminology and speak of a field of cultural production, a social space in which economic and cultural capital collide. Not only do the specific examples of exhibitions demonstrate unique contemporary moments, but they also reveal general and timeless principles of transformation of aforementioned mechanisms. They can also become a tool for international comparison and mirror of national, regional, and global social transformations. In my introductory study in the book, which I have titled The History of Exhibitions, Exhibitions in History, I decided to present the broader political, institutional, and art historical context of the whole period. I probably do not need to emphasize that in researching the Czech history of art in the second half of the 20th century, it is impossible to avoid many pressing moments of political history and their impact on artistic production and the possibilities of its presentation. My text is therefore not only a broader commentary on the archive of exhibitions, but above all, an attempt to synthesize and formulate Czech art history of the post-war period through the prism of exhibition. If I were to list here some specific conclusions of our research, which of course is not entirely possible in such a complex work, I would have to say at the outset that for me the most important findings was how complex this new discipline of exhibition histories is and how much new we can learn from art history thanks to this method. In today's flood of Instagram exhibition photo reports, it's hard to imagine that until the 1960s, the photographic recording of an exhibition installation was rare. Attention was devoted to individual artwork as well as in art history. In reconstructing exhibitions, we were often referred to footage of openings, which as social events were documented and were behind the speakers or audience could be glimpsed how exhibition was installed. This eventually led me to study the opening rituals themselves, which changed considerably during the period under review, and which I think speak in an interesting way about both the position of the exhibition in the cultural operation and the changing role of art in society. Another important insight for me was the realization of how diverse forms of exhibitions emerged in our culture space in the second half of the 20th century. And here it should be noted that this was a space behind the Iron Curtain, fully controlled by an elaborate censorship system where only a handful of orthodox official artists were allowed to exhibit in the so-called white cube, except, of course, brief periods of liberalization. Paradoxically, a number of original exhibition forms emerge under these conditions. The resilience and inventiveness of the artistic community, which at various times was relegated to the unofficial sphere and formed the so-called second culture, never ceased to fascinate me. In today's difficult times, the perseverance and bravery of those days can be inspiring. I'm not saying that I think that exhibitions should once again be held in ruins, on tennis courts, or in a hop field. Rather, I want to highlight the will to communicate with the viewer even under the most limited conditions, without financial security, often at the risk of criminalization. From the perspective of exhibition histories, however, the interpretation of these exhibition events presents an extremely interesting field. At the end of my text, I even attempted a kind of typology, which I think reveals the differences in the development of exhibitions before and behind the Iron Curtain. I believe that this conference will open up most of the issues raised. However, rather than draw any conclusions in my introduction, I would like to ask a few questions that are important to me. Is it possible to apply the procedures and concept of exhibition histories established in key research projects in the West to the history of exhibition in Central and Eastern Europe? And of course, the pressing question of how exhibitions, which in the former East were often created in the makeshift conditions of the second culture, can compete with the professionally prepared and institutionally protected exhibitions of the official culture, of socialism, or with Western exhibition operations. What are the advantages and disadvantages of exhibition histories for our understanding of art history compared to traditional art history, which focuses on individual artists and artistic tendencies? The exhibition stands at the center of complex relationships between artists, curators, critics, political ideologues, bureaucrats, economists, and viewers. As such, it represents historically conditioned format for presentation of art, creating a special context for the encounter with the artwork. Without this context, we cannot fully understand it and interpret it. Does the method of exhibition histories then make research into institutional operations, which in the case of exhibition reaches back to political and economic principles and political economic science of the time, but also touches on standard of work safety or staffing? So is this all now part of art history? And question that probably bothers us all, and which I think will be partly answered by Dagmar Svatoshova's contribution: how to make past history exhibition present again. And perhaps one final point for discussion. The exhibition became a key medium for the presentation and communication of art in the 20th century. Is it the same in the 21st century? Exhibitions remain a type of event which the basic rules still apply. They are an artistically negotiated space in which visitors are expected to move along a certain trajectory, preferably quietly and with sufficient distance from the works on display. Is it time for a change? What about art history have to say about it? Thank you for your attention, and once again, very warmly welcome.
Is it working? Yes, so thanks a lot, Pavlina. It's Zsuzsa László, and I will moderate this first session. So in an unorthodox way, I just want to say a few words about Pavlina's other achievements. You all must know that she's the director of the Academic Research Center of this art academy. And she also has important publications on Czech action art, Walks Through Prague, Actions, Performances, Happenings, and Czech action art, Happenings, Actions, Events, and Land Art. And now I'm honored to introduce Lucy Steeds, a great colleague that we already know each other for a while. She's a teacher and curator at the Edinburgh College of Art. And why most of you probably know her is that she's one of the editors of the exhibition Histories book series that already published 13 volumes till now. The last one, no, I think the last but one is Art and Its Words, Exhibitions, Institutions, and Art Becoming Public, which came out last year. And she also co-edited Curating After the Global, Curatorial Concordum, and she is responsible for exhibitions in the Documents of Contemporary Art series published by Whitechapel Gallery. So she has a long history of researching exhibition history. So I give over the floor to you, Lucy.
Thank you, Susa. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here with you. I'm going to start with some thank yous and then read my presentation. First of all, Pavlina, thank you for a brilliant introduction. Thank you for last night, and it's been a pleasure discussing preparations for the next couple of days with you. Dagmar, it's been brilliant to be in conversation over 5 years on email. It's very great to meet you, finally. And to Louisa and Marie for all the organization that has got me here today. Can you hear me? Closer? Excuse me. Oh, I don't want the thank yous to not be heard. And then thank you to my fellow speakers and everybody here today. I really hope we can get some conversation going between us. Okay, I'm going to get going. Responsive to the title of the conference that brings us together for the next 2 days, I wish to reflect on the exhibition as medium. I'm going to offer a suggestion as regards what is mediated, and I'm going to extrapolate from this to what historiography or what forms of history writing might be most appropriate. I'm going to reflect on what has remained consistent in my approach to these matters over the last 15 years, and what has changed, what is different now. I go back 15 years because it was in 2007 that I started work with colleagues in London and partners across Western Europe and in the United States on the Exhibition Histories book series. There's been one Exhibition Histories book a year since 2010. So here we're looking at the covers of the first 4 books, and there have been 9 more since. We initiated the Exhibition Histories series by commissioning, pretty much all at the same time, these first 4 books. Every book in the series takes a particular art show, or a pair or cluster of art shows from the past as a focus. Each book presents orchestrated documentation and commentary from the time, alongside commissioned essays looking back. First of all, we published a book that analyzed a canonized show by Harold Zeman, When Attitudes Become Form, for the Kunsthalle Basel in 1969. However, we set this celebrated show on a par, or in other words, on an equal footing, with a deeply connected and concurrent, but comparatively marginalized show, Op losse schroeven. Roughly translated from the Dutch, Op losse schroeven means square pegs in round holes. And this exhibition took place at the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. It opened a week before the Zeman show and shared many of the same artists. By extension, we went on to publish a book that looked at related but increasingly politicized and specifically feminist curatorial practice by the US art critic Lucy Lippard. We also dedicated a book to the famous and infamous curatorial project Magiciens de la Terre, or Magicians of the Earth, which claimed to be the first worldwide exhibition of contemporary art, taking place in Paris in 1989. And ahead of that, we published a paired book looking at the Havana Art Biennale as staged in that same year in the Cuban capital of 1989. The point here was that this too might be judged the first worldwide exhibition of contemporary art. On the basis of these first 4 books, I was able to retrospectively articulate our ambitions as regards a field of research and publishing in the name of exhibition histories. In essays in these books, I drew on the writing of Walter Benjamin for my thinking. You might say that, after his example, I saw the exhibition as a medium for cultural production, and looking at exhibitions in retrospect as a medium for cultural history. This suggestion refuses an idea which is still prevalent, that an exhibition is a relatively neutral medium by which art becomes known. My proposition here rejects any suggestion that the best an exhibition can hope for is that, looking back at them, they can be said to have made art history. So why the focus on cultural history rather than art history? Or what is at stake in suggesting that exhibition histories potentially offer art a Benjaminian model of cultural history? A core advantage of cultural history for me is its pluralization and distribution of creative agency. Art history and, hot on its heels, curatorial history emphasize the individual artist or the individual curator, as if it were possible for any one in particular to single-handedly create meaning. By contrast, exhibition history as cultural history stresses a collective or polyvocal enunciation, with the focus on how art, as exhibited, may develop dialogues with adjacent art, as exhibited alongside, whilst also conversing with a host environment, with curatorial rhetoric and institutional ideologies, in order to address geopolitically and historically particular publics. Cultural history, after Walter Benjamin, is non-teleological and non-chronological. It liberates time from linearity and from continuousness. It refuses narratives of progress and decline. On this basis, we can study art in a show in Amsterdam in 1969, for example, in one book, and arts exhibition in Havana in 1989, for instance, in another, without seeking to connect these up as nodes of cultural practice. Instead, we allow them potentially independent engagements with the present. Exhibition history after Benjamin constellates a past public for art as convened by a historical show, with a public who is present now, who are looking back. Accordingly, there is no study of the past as such or as it was, only an experience with that past that disrupts the present. In other words, rather than seeking to discipline or capture or fix past shows that we study, we aim to open them back up, to allow them to challenge and complicate ideas and practice in the current moment. This is not to minimize the role of primary documents in our work, or the sometimes forensic labor involved in reaching towards past exhibitions. Our process in making the exhibition histories books after Benjamin admits evidence. However, what is important is the case to be made, the purpose for which evidence is marshaled, and the point for us is always to refute given historical narratives, to make counter-hegemonic moves. After Benjamin, exhibition history is both material and political as a practice. So, for example, we decentered the so-called landmark show, When Attitudes Become Fall, by carefully excavating Oplosse Schroever to set it back up alongside as an equal. But where does all my insistence on cultural history leave the relationship between exhibition histories and art history? I've characterized this relationship in several ways over the years, and it's also changed over time, not least since exhibition history has been taken up by increasing numbers of scholars and diverged in several ways from my own understanding of the field, in a way that I welcome. When I started out, I was very attached to the notion that exhibition histories operate in a minor mode within majoritarian art history. This is not to say that it's inferior or second-rate relative to art history, but instead to suggest that exhibition histories as a field has the capacity to make strange, to subvert or deterritorialize art history. As you may recognize, this thinking relied on the notion of minor literature as proposed by French philosophers Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari in their 1975 celebration of the writings of Franz Kafka. And if you'll allow me a small aside, which is flavored by my coming to Prague from Scotland, where I'm now based, then I will share my enjoyment of the fact that the first translators of Franz Kafka's work into English, Willa and Edwin Muir, were both Scottish. If I'm less passionate these days in my claims to minoritarian status for my role in exhibition histories as regards art history, then it's because I've thought more carefully about a few powerful aspects that characterize the first decade of books we produced in the series. The first aspect is the simple fact that we publish exclusively in English. In other words, in the language of contemporary art as dominated by the United States. And it's the language, of course, that I speak to you today. Secondly, and relatedly, at least for the initial 5 books in the exhibition history series, editorial control was held tightly in London. And on into the ensuing books in the series, our primary readership, whether I was thinking this through or not at the time, was Anglo-American. Again, without much conscious awareness, we developed a rather rigid format for all our books, which later seemed problematic in at least 2 ways. First, it relied on mapping and flourished with extensive photographic documentation, which inadvertently favored curatorial projects in the West, First World, or Global North, where records were more richly available. Second, all the books in the series started to look the same, implying a disciplinary regime was trumping the material under study. So here you can see the first 9 books in the exhibition history series, and the similarity of the cover design suggests something of the regimented mindset that we'd inadvertently developed for ourselves. Perhaps the key to transforming our ideas about what exhibition histories might be was the decision to start inviting our leading authors to co-edit the books with us. Considering apartment art shows in Moscow in the 1980s, for example, we worked with Russian art historian Margarita Topichin. This mostly proved to highlight the art historical foundations of our processes for exhibition histories up to that date. By contrast, considering the so-called cannibalism art biennial staged in Sao Paulo in 1998, we worked with Brazilian curator Lisette Lagnado. And this helped us to broaden our conceptions of process beyond that conventionally pursued in the name of art history. Then, for book 9 in the series, we worked with David Tay on an artist-led curatorial initiative in northern Thailand in the mid-1990s, which he brought to our attention. As a curator, critic, and historian, David really helped us think through a mode of exhibition histories that was relevant not only to Anglo-America, but also to Southeast Asia. However, the book I want to linger on as particularly transformative for my understanding of exhibition histories and its possibilities is book 10 in the series. A vast tome devoted to Festac, the World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, staged in Lagos in 1977. This book was co-published with Chimurenga in Cape Town, South Africa, and the result of a decade of research and editorial labor by Ntone Ajebe, Chimurenga's founder. This is one double-page spread, a tiny example to try and give some sense of Chimurenga's achievements in this book. Here we're looking at the reproduction of a painting by Sudanese artist Ibrahim El Salahi, titled The Last Sound, which was displayed in Festac. You can also see a highly concise, newly commissioned text, which entangles art history, film history, exhibition history, oral history, African history, and Arabic history, while entirely lancing the present moment and Anglo-American history. And that's the whole text you're looking at. It's not an excerpt, it fits entirely on the page. To the far left, what we're looking at is a resonant snippet of lyrics from a US pop song from 1980. And I've just enlarged it here. Semantics is always a bitch. Places once referred to as underdeveloped are now called mineral rich. And the game goes on eternally. Unity kept just beyond reach. Egypt and Libya used to be in Africa. They've been moved to the Middle East. I can't tell you exactly why these three things, the painting, the essay, and the lyrics, come together to recreate the energy and punch of Festac, but they surely do, at least for me. There are at least 4 lessons that this book taught me. 1, the strength of including cultural practices that exceed conventional definitions of art as anchored in Euro-American tradition. 2, to think about the likely readership or audience for the work that we do. This book explicitly addressed insiders, initiates, and fans, the many, many thousands who knew of Festac already, rather than assuming it is possible to evenly address a lay public, some quasi-universal, anyone and everyone. 3, privileging a multilingual reader. For the Festac book, nothing was translated out of its original language, and many languages were included. 4, the success of mercurial rather than disciplinary practices when it comes to historiography. Or perhaps rather than historiography, the act or art of remembering. In other words, the relevance of creative responses to creative past events. The importance of work that is studious rather than academicist, proving both playful and deeply serious. In other words, perhaps, while the writing of Walter Benjamin inspired my move into exhibition histories, the editorial work of Ntone Ajebe and his Chimurenga colleagues keeps me inspired in the field today. So where does this leave the relationship with art history? Well, I believe it's moved me on from worrying too much about defining my methodology. And I want to share a quote that encapsulates this with you. I'm trying to think beyond what is your method to who is gathered by your invitation. And of course, today I wish to gather you all as scholars interested in the exhibition as medium in the Bloc. And yet I'm here as an interloper with no particular expertise in art and its presentation in Central and Eastern Europe. Nevertheless, for the time remaining, let me draw on my expertise in shows elsewhere in order to try and say something about how the art of the Bloc might be productively mediated by looking back at exhibitions today. And the first thing I'm going to say is that, don't worry, I'm not going to revisit Magiciens de la Terre in Paris in '89 and try to center the work of Karel Malik, which was included in that famous and infamous so-called global survey show. The second thing I want to say is that I'm about to offer sketches only, or working notes in progress. These are not histories I have researched extensively, but I hope they might nonetheless bring us together. And I've got 2 exhibition examples to share. The first is Between Man and Matter, curated by Yusuke Nakahara for the 10th Tokyo Biennale of 1970, and then touring to 3 further cities in Japan. In the generous spaces of the Tokyo Metropolitan Art Gallery, each of the participating artists was given their own dedicated room, and the list of those included overlaps significantly with artists in both When Attitudes Become Form and Oplosha Schroeder. So here we're looking at a map of Between Man and Matter, and it's drawn by Yoko Watanabe on the basis of her meticulous archival research. So you can see the work of Richard Serra, Carl Andre, Sol LeWitt from the US, for example, also Mario Merz from Italy, Daniel Buren from France, Hij van Elk from the Netherlands. But what is interesting about this show for our present purposes is that the division of Europe into East and West is not so hard and fast when viewed from Tokyo in 1970. Nakahara, the Japanese curator, was friends with Wim Berin, who curated Oplosha Schroeder, and he might have caught When Attitudes Become Form when it toured to London. Nevertheless, he didn't follow these other shows in privileging art from Western Europe at the expense of that from this side of the Iron Curtain. Specifically, he included the work of Edward Krasinski and Stanislav Kolibal. I tried to get that prepped. So you can see their work highlighted here. This is the shot included in the exhibition catalogue which documents the show. If I were to start my own process of exhibition histories from here and for now, I would want to investigate the work adjacent to Kolibal's by Koji and Okura. You can see they're in close proximity on the map. To be frank, I know little about the work of either Kolibal, I can't say it, Kolibal, there we go, it's my best attempt, folks, or Enokura. But what is clear is that the Japanese artist was young to be included in this major exhibition, while also a prominent member of the Mono-Ha group, which I'd want to investigate in relation to Ube van Arts. UB12, did that even register as in my terrible accent? So 2 individual artists, both working as part of groups, coming together in this international context. I'd want to look at how they interacted in that context. Via the architecture and decoration of the museum building, I might research each artist's work in relation to natural and industrial materials, or in relation to geopolitically inflected forms and ideologies of modernity. Then there's the curatorial umbrella of Between Man and Matter to consider, and the international cultural context of the Tokyo Biennial. Ideally, I'd wander the museum as it is now, pace the streets locally, talk to people who remember the show or find it meaningful today. I'd interrogate the neglect of female artists and fold in likely but overlooked protagonists back into the event after the event. I'd find out where else that this work of Kolibal has been exhibited and reflect on the difference of signification in different contexts. Finally, in some way I cannot predict without first going through this process of research, I would hope to respond in a creative or imaginative way, as well as an analytical way. Through imagination and analysis, I would work again to deny claims for when attitudes become form to be the center of Anglo-American gravity as regards the curatorial practice and art of this moment in time. My final case study, sketched out with the hope of demonstrating how exhibition histories might bring us together here and now, shifts us to Glasgow, in my adopted home nation of Scotland, in 1990. This was the year in which the industrial port city of Glasgow held the title of European Culture of Capital. Capital of Culture, there's a reason why I made that slip, which I'm about to explain. European Capital of Culture. This initiative mobilized a £15 million budget. However, the City Council allocated only 1% of this to funding local art events, and was therefore deeply unpopular amongst those activating the burgeoning art scene in Glasgow at the time. Nevertheless, it prompted artistic responses that, while targeting the issues the European initiative brought to town, nevertheless enriched the public offer that year. So, for example, Ross Sinclair, then studying at Glasgow School of Art, fly-posted sites across the city. He slapped up paired slogans reading Capital of Culture and, more challengingly, Culture of Capital. There's my slip earlier. In a related but more focused and concerted effort, fellow Glaswegian artist Alan Dunn managed to secure access to an advertising hoarding at a train station for a year, and he invited numerous contributors to take turns filling this with art. So here, top left, you can see the empty hoarding or billboard on the far platform across from the station waiting room. Every week or few weeks, a new artwork was installed on that billboard, and over the course of the year in which Glasgow was European Capital of Culture. And this is the work of Pavel Buchler, who had come to the UK from Prague in 1981 and would become an influential head of art at Glasgow School of Art in 1992. In the first of 3 sequential artistic contributions by Buchler to the Belgrove billboard, the sign read Northern, written back to front. So when you see it in the window, it's reversed and you can read it more easily. And then, for the second week of Buchler's installation, the bottom half of his sign was replaced as another somewhat formally similar word was introduced. And then for the final week, the second word became clear, replacing the first and reading horizon back to front. When I say that I here see the work of a Central European artist, passionately committed to UK practice outside of or north of London, this is not intended as a biographical reading, so much as a statement of how geography as well as geopolitics informs culture, both richly and contentiously. What might exhibition histories have to offer this show of contemporary art? How to be both faithful and felicitous in translating this durational curatorial project into the present. For a start, I don't think I'd work with this particular trio of images, however complete and explanatory as regards Buchler's work. It gives too much information all at the same time and risks ending discussion rather than opening it up. Instead, I might well use the following pairing, which unites Buchler's contribution with that of Ross Sinclair. Although hard to discern in black and white, Sinclair drained the flag of the United Kingdom of all its red, leaving only the blue and white of the Scottish flag, haunted by the ghost of the English flag. We are thereby given the empty cardinal points of a derailed compass and a horizon line that reflects north onto south, south onto north. This then is accompanied by the muted but sustained pain of an ache. how to expand upon the fruitful and controversial national and regional stakes as articulated here in Glasgow in the year the city claimed the title of European Capital of Culture. For my exhibition history, I would certainly want to revisit, among other things, the discussions enlivening the Points East Conference at the Third Eye Centre in Glasgow in December 1990. This event drew together over 100 artists, curators, critics, art historians, museum directors, and officials from the UK and from Eastern Europe to inquire into the cultural possibilities inaugurated by the fall of the Iron Curtain the year before. To conclude and reiterate, I cannot present polished arguments about how the artwork of these Czech nationals operated in these past exhibitions in ways that are urgent to our present. However, I'm happy to hazard that researching these exhibition histories might productively throw into relief conceptions of national, international, and transnational culture today, both within Europe and transcontinentally. If the work of Walter Benjamin and Antonia Jebe have been the lodestars for my presentation today, then I now want to end with the work of Geeta Kapoor in order to wrap up. In a conference about exhibition history staged in London with respect to South Asian art back in 2016, Geeta Kapoor found a moment in the discussion following a particular presentation in order to jump in and point out some risks. With devastating eloquence and dazzling conviction, she flagged the limitations of work that is merely descriptive of past exhibitions, however rigorously and extensively researched. In other words, however sincerely descriptive. She made it clear that if no extrapolative moves were made, making timely action now, nor facilitating discursive renderings in the present, then we have failed. This is a summary of her quote, and that's how I want to conclude. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. But before you clap, I want to say one more thing. I really hope that you can come to me with questions. If not immediately, then of course the next 2 days. And if you're following online and want to email me, that is more than welcome too. Thank you.
Now my task is to introduce Dagmar Savtosova, the third speaker of this session, who is also a researcher here at the Academic Research Center of the Academy of Fine Arts. And she was also, as Pavlina already told us, co-author of the exhibition as Medium Czech Art 5799. And also she is the co-editor of the Notebook for Art Theory and Related Zones, and she's the director of the Academic's Publishing House. And as Pavlina already mentioned, you will talk about your part of the research of the exhibition as Medium publication, so the floor is.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Zsuzsa, for the introduction. At first, I apologize for my voice in this position, but fortunately it's not COVID, so I hope it will work. The Remembering Past exhibitions become a conscious fight against historical forgetting. Hans Ulrich Obrist even speaks of a protest against forgetting. The physical reconstruction of past exhibitions are important visual forms of the new discipline of exhibition histories. Risa Greenberg, who has focused extensively on this new field, speaks of remembering exhibition and offers the typology replica, riff, and reprise. I quote, "And the replica attempts to recreate either partially or in entirety the context and form of a past exhibition. The riff uses an historical exhibition as a take-off point, often privileging a contemporary connection of or interpretation, and the reprise represents or remembers exhibition in the form of catalogs or online manifestation with visual and verbal information, the end of quote. What is the role of reconstruction of Eastern European art exhibition, which have often stood outside the central narrative of post-war art history? What forms of recollecting these exhibitions are desirable for our own national or regional art histories, and what forms might be demanded by today's globalized world? The progressive post-war art of Eastern Europe was shaped in the relation to the Western canon despite changing political conditions, and it's therefore still a valid historical reference. Piotr Piotrowski, in his horizontal art histories, believed that it was first necessary to deconstruct Western influences and reconstruct their meanings within their local contexts. He emphasized that every place can be considered as a periphery because it's located in certain context. Within the post-colonial impulse, a new rethinking of Eastern European art history that analyzes local relations from the inside and acknowledges one's own situations is even more essential, as Milena Bartlova argues. Only then it could demonstrate the emancipating potential of the local. It should be pointed out that when I speak of Eastern Europe, it's from the position of Czech art. In similar historical moments and comparable artistic works, different meanings of art and narratives of national art history were produced even in the Bloc. The exhibition is a medium that provides information regarding the transformation of art and the historical period as such. Several Czechoslovak exhibitions of the 60s significantly shaped the domestic development of art and in many ways represent values similar to the West. The present returns to their Western counterparts in physical reconstructions. With a few exceptions, they confirm the universalist art history and do not reflect its changing geography. It's for this reason that the recollections realized by the curator Jens Hoffmann will be my inspiration when thinking about the forms that reconstructions of Czech exhibitions of the 60s might take. His project contributes to a more global view of post-war art. His project contributes to a more global view of post-war art history. At the turn of the 60s and 70s, two exhibitions associated with the curator Jiří Padrta, Nová citlivost, New Sensitivity, and Někde něco, Somewhere Something, played an important role and clearly demonstrate the emancipating potential of the local art scene. Both were reacting to the very latest tendencies, and one finds in them a striking formal and aesthetic proximity to world art. Both exhibitions also represented radical gesture at that time, as were the legendary exhibition Primary Structures created by Kynaston McShine in 1966, and When Attitudes Become Form by Harald Zeman in 1969, to which I will refer here and to which Hoffmann builds on with his projects. Jiří Padrta was not a curator in the true sense of the word. His occasional exhibition activities confirmed his work as theoretician and critic. As a result, he was well oriented in contemporary Western art, which he mediated to the domestic scene through his theoretical texts. In the catalogue of Somewhere Something, he even refers to Zeman's exhibition, which had taken place a few months earlier. It's therefore clear that he was familiar with this exhibition, even though he incorrectly refers to it as the Berlin one. From what sources, we don't know. No mention appeared in the official Czechoslovak press, and information from abroad was limited, despite the fact that the 60s were relatively liberal. The exhibition Somewhere Something took place in August 1969 at the Václav Špála Gallery in Prague. It featured projects that transcended the boundaries of the art in the direction of conceptualism, process art, action art, and the use of raw and natural materials. For example, Jiří Kolář presented his procedural environment, Chameleon, the color of which he wanted to transform every day. As things worked out, he did only once, from white to black. The most radical work was by Zorka Ságlová, who conceived Senosláma, this project, Haze Straw, as a permanent happening and environment. These were similar principles of work with gallery space and new forms, as in the case of When Attitudes Become Form, which at the Bern Kunsthalle featured 69 artists from the US and Western Europe. Zeman exhibition established an entirely new relationship between curator, artist, and gallery. It became one of the most legendary exhibitions of the recent past, and in 2013 it was completely reconstructed in a form of ready-made in Venice. You can see the original exhibition and the Venice remake. Despite the reference to Zeman's exhibition in the catalogue, Padrta denied that the works on show represented a local version, but more an attempt at his own contribution to the contemporary transformation of art. The fact that this was an exceptionally radical gesture is evidenced by the shocked reactions that were to be heard on the domestic scene. The works by Kolář and Ságlová would have fitted well into the Bern exhibition had Zeman been interested in Czechoslovak art. But they were not even cited by Jens Hoffmann, who in 2012 revived the exhibition in the project Life in Your Head, When Attitudes Become Form, Become Attitudes, for the Wattis Institute for Contemporary Art in San Francisco. The original exhibition was the starting point for Hoffmann's own curatorial research. His recollection picked up where Zeman's concept left off, making of it a living past. He selected more than 80 international artists, though not a single Czech, who continued with the conceptual legacy. The original exhibition was referenced by documentation and a model of the installation. According to Greenberg's typology, here we can speak of a riff. Czech art historians and curators should approach the reconstruction of Padrta's exhibition in the same way, in the form of a riff broadening out to include nearby examples of contemporary art from Eastern Europe, or artists who are drawing on similar principles and can be viewed as followers. No less inspiring for the local would be a remake with references to Zeman exhibition. Or even better, presented through original works by selected artists. Reconstructing the exhibition today would not be complicated. While researching exhibition of Czechoslovak post-war art, we came across extensive documentation in the private archive of the photographer Jan Ságl. Pavlína Morganová analyzed the exhibition in one of the chapters of our book and in a study recently published in the book State, Construction and Art in Eastern Central Europe, published by Rutledge. Padrta's second exhibition, New Sensitivity, organized with several other curators, doesn't refer directly to its Western counterparts, as in the first case. However, it's an equally important manifestation of new tendencies. It featured over 25 artists exhibiting a variety of styles ranging from geometric abstraction, new realism, constructivism to conceptual art. Even at the time, new sensitivity was perceived by some as an event transcending local borders. Though Padrta text drew more on the ideas of French Nouveau Realism and the Dieseldorf Group Zero, I refer the exhibition itself here to primary structures, younger American and British sculptures, which heralded the emergence of minimalism and the transformation of art aesthetics at the turn of the 60s and 70s. New sensitivity played a similar role, putting a name to an entire movement of local art. There is a striking formal connection between the exhibitions in their utilization of reduced geometric and abstract forms, even though the works from New Sensitivity cannot be interpreted through the concept of American minimalism. This has been illustrated by Tomáš Pospíšil in his book called Comparative Studies, in which he compared, among others, the works by Stanislav Kolíbal and Richard Serra. The primary structures at the Jewish Museum in New York presented 40 Anglo-American sculptors. It's considered one of the key exhibitions of the post-war era. James Mayer, for example, devoted an opening chapter to the show in his book on minimalism, and Bruce Altshuler a section in the book on exhibition that made art history. In 2014, Hoffman turned his attention to it with two recollections called Other Primary Structures at the Jewish Museum. He framed his project by asking what would have been included in the show had the world not been so divided and dominated by the West. In the first part, he exhibited contemporary artists who would have belonged in the exhibition. The second illustrated the exhibition's influence. The original show was reconstructed in a scaled-down model of the museum, in which the exhibits could be viewed through small windows. Hoffman's first part presented also two objects by Stanislav Kolíbal that had been exhibited at New Sensitivity exhibition, Wings and Fall. Summarizing the situation, it's clear that even today, Western interest continues to be directed towards individual artists from different margins, rather than the exhibitions which were locally significant and could play an important role in rewriting the history of post-war art. In relation to New Sensitivity, one can again be inspired by Hoffman's recollections. In fact, it was one of the few shows of the 60s to be physically revisited with an exhibition. In 1994, the curator Josef Hlaváček organized its reprise in several Czech galleries. The concept of the exhibition respected the original selection of artists, but without attempting a literal reconstruction. It corresponded to the interest in art of the 60s, which the Czech art scene was rediscovering during the 90s. And the two Czech examples show that art is always a particular response to a specific cultural and social context framed by the time and place of its creation. Both exhibitions had a significant impact on the development of Czech art that they require us to reconsider their recollections. Although reconstructions of Eastern European art exhibitions are not in demand by the West, they are still essential project for the region itself, a project that has the emancipatory potential to analyze, deconstruct, and transcend the individual national art history narratives. They are also a tool for a deeper review of the universalistic Western canon, similarly to how Huffman done it from the perspective of today's globalized world. Some of these revisits can be also show less visible exhibitions of local art, especially of the 70s and 80s, which due to the normalization period were often presented outside of galleries. To sum up, the Remembering Past exhibition in exhibition form, whether as replica, riff, or reprise, is one of the important tools with which art historians and curators can rewrite or rethink the history of art as the exhibition histories, in this case, the exhibition histories of Eastern Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Now it's time for discussion and questions. So I would like to ask Dasha and Pavlina to come to the stage and the audience to think about what questions or comments you would like to make. Yes?
Yes, thank you very much for all the presentations. I have a question to probably Pavlina and Lucy. Pavlina was asking several different questions, and in one of them you asked what art history has to say to such a thing as exhibition history. Is it to include it? Is it to consume it? Or is it to oppose it? Or whatever, yeah? And Lucy, you also talked about cultural history rather than art history as your, at least, initial paradigm in which you operated. And my question to both of you is, what do you think? Will we have the same name of art history in the near future, encompassing such approaches as exhibition history, or are we going in a completely different direction and we will have kind of transformation of the field, of the discipline, and we will have something else? For example, when I'm asked what kind of scholar you are, I answer art historian, but sometimes also I say that I deal with artistic culture and not art history. So we, on the one hand, know that old names die hard, but on the other, maybe finally they will die out and maybe we'll have something else instead of art history.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this question. I think we are already undergoing that transformation, and for me, that research into the exhibition, medium of exhibition, was really a transforming process, because I realized how much I don't know and I should learn, and how many different fields which never occurred to me. Like, as I mentioned, of course, we all understood that we have to a little bit research into the history and into the political history, but suddenly I realized we really have to research into, let's say, economics, how things were operated, how they were financed, who decided what goes where, under what conditions, and I realized how much we don't know about it, and it's such an important condition for understanding what was going on in art history. So yes, I think the method of exhibition histories, if I can call it like this, is transforming our notion of art history.
I think I need to admit that when I first started publishing in the, under the name of Exhibition Histories, I was a bit of a zealot. And I thought it was the future, and everything that was best about art history should be renamed exhibition history, and we would enter into a bright new future where, you know, everything would be better. I think as I've grown older, I've realized the sort of naivety and bombast of that kind of work. I think Claire Bishop reviewed a couple of our books for Art Forum and referred to exhibition history as a subgenre of art history. And that got me annoyed. So this is where my trying to embrace a minor literature, a minor mode for exhibition histories that would challenge the majoritarian art history comes from. But I think in the end, I mean, I was in a conference in Oslo, to be a bit anecdotal, and it was about exhibition histories, specifically about how exhibition histories might operate methodologically. And somebody in the audience stood up and said, "Oh, history is just a subgenre of exhibition histories." And I was like, oh my gosh, how quickly has that, you know, changed? And in the end, I think I'm quite just, like many people, interested in interdisciplinarity. We can do many things under exhibition history because it's new as a terminology. Whereas art history does have a very deep and long tradition that you have to navigate. So I guess that's why I, you know, got attached to it. But if you want a history to refer to, I would go to cultural history in order to land with exhibition histories now. The only other thing I would say is that I'm now teaching in an art school context within a university in the UK. So in Edinburgh, that's quite an unusual model, to have art history and art together within a higher education institution. And I specifically, personally, sit within art. I don't sit within art history. And I lead on the program of courses at all stages that focus on what we teach artists that isn't practice. So it's kind of art history, exhibition history, art theory, aesthetics, whatever it is, all that stuff that we teach students that isn't how to make their own work directly. And we've struggled with terminology here too. And what I've come up with, and what I think we're going to be working on from next year, is art context. A bit of contextual studies in there. But anyway, that's where I am at the moment. I mean, I'm slightly obsessed with words. I'm quite a wordy person, so I love these debates. But in the end, nothing sticks. And I don't think we should attempt to make anything fixed by words. It needs to change.
Any further? Yes.
I have a question to Sistit. I very much like, as art historian, I very much liked your idea that exhibition histories freed art historians from the idea of the progress. But idea of the progress, they're afraid from them. Yeah, I like it very much. Anyway, do you think that there is really universal methodological hints or tool in art histories, in exhibition histories, that help us to research the old academic exhibitions organized by French Academy since 17th century through Paris salons, official or unofficial, until the exhibition of modern art, which is which fried off from whatever the predecessor knows. So my question, can we create a universal methodology of exhibition histories? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I'm always anti the universal, I'm anti the global, so I always like to look across and away and try and mix things up, but I always resist the idea of anything being sort of universally applicable. I think when we started the book series, we did have, without realizing it, a fairly fixed methodology. And it was a methodology informed by shows in Western Europe and North America, though we didn't know that's where it was coming from. And it does involve plans and mapping and photographs and recreation on the page that's linear and takes you on a tour through the show. And I'm still really happy with that methodology for those exhibition projects. But as we looked elsewhere, worked with colleagues elsewhere, we realized this, that just doesn't suit every exhibition. And then obviously then adapted it much more subtly depending on what we were looking at. So in the end, if I was forced to try and universalize my method, it would be one that is responsive to the place and time rather than comes pre-decided. So that's what we did when we were working with David Tay on the book about festivals in Chiang Mai in northern Thailand. There was reams of footage, there was, it was all live events, performance events, installations in the public realm, real blurring of publics with performers, and there was a lot of data, so there was a lot of material, but it was, even if it was possible to do art history to that material and sort of catalogue it and name and annotate, that wasn't the point of that event in that context, and trying to sort of pin it down in a sort of art historical way would lose why that event was successful, which was bringing people together, having conversations. So we tried in the book to do something with that film footage that was much more fluid, was evocative rather than pinpointing. And we've done that with all the books more recently. Even we did a book about a 1950s maze, a perspex installation maze that was built in the UK in the 50s. And we tried to, in the visual section, recreate the sense of, I mean, you're limited by the page, but try and embody what it is to sort of wander a perspex maze in the pages of the book rather than to map it and sort of clinically analyze it. So yeah, that's my attempt to answer.
Thank you very much to all of you. I have a question to Pavlina. Thank you for introducing this amazing project that I'm looking forward to see a little bit more of. I have an initial question to it, and that concerns the ratio between conformist and non-conformist art in the selected exhibitions. If you maybe could share a few thoughts about your selection there, and how much that would count within socialist realism, and if there were also something that was in between. I could see that there were some exhibitions from World's Fairs, presentations of Czechoslovak art at the 70 World's Fair and the 58. I think that would be in an interesting in-between position, presenting an image of modern Czechoslovakian culture at an international non-socialist scene, but also being part of official state policies and diplomacy. So I would be curious to hear a bit about that.
Well, thank you for this question. It's rather a complex question because it's not that easy to answer it, because as we all know, this notion of official and unofficial is like sort of shifting through the time, especially in Czechoslovakia with the 1960s, sort of being, let's say, more liberal and going through the changes of the society. For us, it was very important to really focus on the, we called it even like models of the exhibition. So we really wanted to include also the official large shows, which were really sort of type of the exhibition, which was repeatedly produced. We also, thanks to Teresia, included the expos, which was really important type of the exhibition at that time, official exhibition, of course. So we really wanted to, we looked at it from this prism, and yes, these official shows were representatives of a type. So we didn't really map the how it, you know, too extensively how it was present on the art scene. And also it was partly because in the 1950s they were only or mainly these shows. And that was also the reason why we, after a long discussions, started our book in 1957, which was sort of a turning point and were more, let's say, in those days, it's hard to find the terms, but let's say not conformist exhibitions appeared on the art scene. We were originally wanted to start in 1945, but we realized that those 10 years would be basically only official shows, and the models weren't changing that much, so it would be rather boring. So that was our perspective on it, and it was of course very interesting to see what happened to these official exhibition models in late 1970s and 1980s. For me, that was very interesting research. How they sort of continued the models from the 1950s, but of course they had to a little bit shift them, a little bit adjust them to the times, but in a way very conservatively. So it was a radical change. So yeah. Yeah, we could talk about it a long time. You know, this is such an interesting topic. So thank you for this question.
I just want to take the opportunity to ask a question myself, because I was just wondering about the other end of the scope you were discussing. So how you decided on what is the last point in history which can be subject of exhibition histories, because I really appreciated in all of your talks that you connected so much your research to the present moment, and I find it fascinating how you talked about how exhibitions could be corrected and methodologies refuted. And I was just wondering if exhibition history was a discipline for a specific time. I mean, both what is the subject of this discipline? So can you talk about exhibitions that happened like 5 years ago? Because in your book you had 1990 at the ending date. I'm not sure about your series. What was the most recent case study? And but I think it would be important to reflect on this, because like 89 seems like a demarcation line for this region. But what you all talked about was kind of going through this and looking at exhibitions as kind of a chain of events which go through these political barriers. So I don't know if Lucy or...
Julia, thank you for your question. It was very hard to decide where to stop, because at first we thought that we will finish at the beginning of the 90s, but then during the discussing all the time what is the end point of the book, we decided that the 90s discover a lot of things, like the new curatorial position, then the new system of institutional system of galleries and the private galleries, and even the sellings of art. So probably, I think if we will do another series or another part of the book, we will continue until, I don't know, 2015, because one of the reasons was that we had a lot of material, and well, yes, I don't know if you want to. Yeah, probably we will continue another.
So to be very specific, the most recent exhibition moment that we've covered in the book series so far is the year 2000. We looked at the Shanghai Biennale and associated fringe artist-led exhibitions in Shanghai at the same year. I guess, I mean, some people say contemporary art history can only start after 20 years, right? So I guess in a way we conform to precisely that if you look at the book series. But I think more important, it's when you've moved into a position of false familiarity. We had a quote, Dagmar showed a quote from Teresa Gleda reflecting on exhibition histories, and she has a nice expression that one of the reasons to do it, exhibition histories is there's often false familiarity for shows. So they get, after a certain time has lapsed, we start not remembering them themselves. We remember how they're discussed. So we just repeat what other people have said rather than actually looking at them themselves. And maybe that takes 20 years, right? So that would be my answer.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I just wanted to add that I also found it exciting that, like, it was for a time no question if exhibitions should be reconstructed. But as listening to you, I just realized that it also has its limitations because it favors certain kind of art that can be, certain kind of exhibitions that can be reconstructed. And it's really interesting how one methodology has its limits, and you only learn it when you try it. So any further questions? I think we still have time for one or two.
Hello, I have a question for Lucy Steeds. Do you have any more information about why was Stanislav Kolíbal included into the Tokyo exhibition? Because he himself, he thinks that the Japanese curator saw his exhibition at the Václav Špála Gallery in 1970 in Prague, but he wasn't sure.
I have no more information. I will be totally honest. I park it here so that I come here to learn. So I'm going to be jumping on you in the break to learn more about what you know, because I literally know more than his name is there. But I know people who can help you find out, so I can put you in touch with people that will know more. So the photograph of the plan that I showed is produced by a very meticulous scholar, and she's done loads of research, so she will have, if anybody has the answer as to what he saw where, the curator, she will have it, so I will put you in touch.
So,
Just one more question to Pavlina and Teresa about this Czech exhibition Bible, which is very important, but do you have any chances and plans to translate it into English? Because I think this is a big achievement for the local art scene, but it's difficult for foreign readers, of course.
Thank you for this question. I actually get this question quite often. Yeah, it would be great to translate it. On the other hand, I think it would have to be a little bit rethinked, because it's really written for the public audience. The selection is very deeply rooted in Czech art history. So yeah, we haven't thought about that yet, because it's an immense book, and it was very hard project, and I have to admit that I am just finally emerging from the post-traumatic stage after finishing that book. I mean, I finally can talk about the book and feel happy, you know. So yeah, let's keep it in mind and think about it. It would be definitely great to do it.
let me advertise that a small part of it is actually accessible in English as part of Transit HU's Parallel Chronologies project. So you can get a glimpse if you don't read Czech. But yeah, of course, in its entirety, it's different.
And we also added English resume of the book in your conference bags. So there you can also a little bit get a more idea about our introductory studies and the research we did individually, because the archive of the exhibitions, we really worked on it together as 3 authors. So it was very, very interesting process. So I think we will probably conclude this first panel. Thank you so much for coming. I'm really touched that we can all meet here. And thank you, Zsuzsa, for moderating. And we have wonderful hour for lunch, so please relax and we can talk some more over the lunch and we will start at 1 o'clock as is planned. And thank you to our technicians who are keeping the streaming going online and yeah, so thank you. Thank you, everybody. I hope you had nice lunch break. And now I would like to ask you for some more attention. And I will give the mic to Emma Shakuti, who was so nice and agreed to be the moderator of the next panel. So.
Thank you very much, Pavlina. Also, I would like to welcome everyone on our first day and our second panel. And it is my honor to introduce our first speakers today, who are in fact also a curatorial collective, and two of them are present here. I will, please, thank you very much. I will introduce them individually. So, Luisa Kotochova, our first speaker, is a PhD student and researcher at the Academic Research Center of the Academy of Fine Arts in Prague. And also, she's a member of the Resonances Research Group. And also works at the National Film Archive, where she's involved in non-cinematic audiovisual works, documentation, archival and access project. Her main areas of interest include the intellectual influences on artistic production during the period of socialism, the institutional frameworks of art criticism, and the documentation of ephemeral art. Sorry for shortening your CVs. And also I would like to introduce shortly Alina Sherban, who unfortunately is not present today, but she's their colleague and she's a recent recipient of Igor Zabel Awards, and we would like to congratulate for her also from here. Alina is an art historian and co-founder of the Institute of the Present Bucharest. She addresses issues of terminology, redefinition, and the non-linear approach of post-war Eastern European art. She has curated several exhibitions, most recently The Modern Idol, Henry Moore in the Eastern Bloc, and 24 Arguments, Early Encounters in Romanian New Avant-Garde, 1969-1971, at the National Museum of Art of Romania, Bucharest. And my colleague from Budapest, Daniel Véry, is an art and cultural historian, researcher at the Museum of Fine Arts, Central European Research Institute for Art History, KEMKI, and CU Jewish Studies postdoctoral fellow at the Democracy Institute and member of the Confrontation Sessions in East European Art History Research Group. He is the author of Leading the Dead, The Word of János Major, and co-author of the great book Theft, French book exhibition Behind the Iron Curtain. And their presentation is entitled The Modern Idol, Henry Moore in Eastern Bloc. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amesha, for the kind introduction, and also for the organizers, to the organizers for accepting our paper. What we would like to present to you today are the current results and future directions of the research-based exhibitions project, The Modern Idol, Henry Moore in the Eastern Bloc, which lies at the intersection of art history, exhibition histories, and the history of cultural diplomacy during the Cold War. Initiated by Alina Sherban and myself, joined by Luisa Kotochova, its core aim is to explore the history, impact, and artistic reception of Henry Moore's touring exhibition to Bucharest, Bratislava, Prague, and Budapest in 1966-67. Alina first encountered the topic as you will see, through the diary notes and the photographs of the writer Radu Petrescu took at the exhibition in '66. She was intrigued by Petrescu's desire to document the exhibition, and that he included it in his novel One Age in 1975. Myself, I have come across Moore's 61 exhibition in Hungary through interviews conducted with Mario Árvai for our earlier exhibition and book project, The Great Book Theft, the French book exhibition behind the Iron Curtain, that concerned a French touring exhibition, the material of which got mostly stolen by the visitors. Later, if you would like to take a look at the book, I have a copy with me. We discussed the possibility of starting a shared project at one of the meetings of confrontation sessions in East European art history, led by my and Ruben folks. And here we will try to change the slides. The first version of the exhibition project took place in Bucharest in 2021-2022 at the National Museum of Art, and two further versions are forthcoming, one in the Czech Republic at the Gallery of Modern Art at Hradec Králové in 2024, and one in Hungary. Also, in addition to the countries covered in depth by our research, we are preparing an English language volume which will examine all of Moore's exhibitions during state socialism and the reception of his art in the Eastern Bloc as well as in Yugoslavia, providing a complete overview of the artist's shows and legacy in the region.
Concentrating on the touring exhibition that developed through international partnerships and traveled across geopolitical borders, with our research we aim to cross the categories of local and global and examine how the specific cultural event changed as the show toured between various places and contexts. Before moving to the three case studies, which will briefly discuss the individual stories of Henry Moore's show in each selected country, it is essential to outline their broader context and name a few of their common denominators. On the subject of their organizational background, all four installments of the show resulted from a cultural exchange program with the Eastern Bloc managed by the British Council. In exchange for hosting Moore's show, the countries of Romania, Czechoslovakia and Hungary had the possibility to organize similar events in the UK. Consequently, the meaning and intentions of Moore's exhibition were connected not only to arts institutions' missions or the interests of the general audience, but also to national and international diplomatic agendas. Such exchanges from east to west or from west to east constituted a double-way process which, on the one hand, enabled a mutual knowledge of what was happening culturally on both sides of the wall, and, on the other, demanded a highly attentive negotiation process on what was possible to bring in a context without damaging the political relations between the two sides of the bloc. Considering the broader benefits gained through the reconstruction of Cold War cultural diplomacy exhibitions, our intent hasn't been just the simplistic resurrection of this past exhibition from oblivion. Rather, by collecting photo documentation, press clippings, catalogs, books, and oral testimonies, we've been aiming to assemble a prolific critical archive which could expose the cultural and artistic responses on the local grounds, as well as the ideological patterns on informational transfer, and as linking art history to its institutional conditions and other realms. Furthermore, we were interested in tracing relational histories and the evidence they perform in respect to the study of broader geopolitical processes, the exchanges in the professional field, and in revisiting exhibition as a valuable tool of knowledge transfer and alternative encounter, challenging the experiences of art as they were framed by our official propaganda in these socialist countries.
Now let's turn our attention to Romania. The mid-1960s saw an opportunity to reconfigure the geography of cultural exchanges in Romania as new policies were adopted by the country's leadership, causing the tardy official disavowal of socialist realism. The Romanian-British cultural exchange program had its climax in 1966 with Henry Moore's touring exhibition, at the time the first major solo show of Western artists in communist Romania. The large-scale presentation at the Dallas Hall in Bucharest impacted the cultural and artistic milieus with an attendance of more than 44,000 visitors. The local reading of Moore's work prompted several national narratives whose enthusiastic rhetoric was undeniably double-sided. They either projected Moore as an epitome of Western modernity or highlighted components of his personal biography and aesthetics in order to benefit the strategies of local art history writing. The discussions surrounding the exhibition did nonetheless offer evidence that the local artistic and cultural life was stimulated by Moore's presence, in some cases shaping individual artistic careers or reinforcing ideas and tendencies already present within the cultural landscape. The event highlighted the complex connections established between local cultural strategies and international agencies, and the special role played by the exhibition in disseminating diplomatic agendas during the Cold War. The exhibition was the result of negotiations within the new cultural exchange program between Romania and Great Britain, signed in 1965. Romania accepted to host the Henry Moore exhibition in exchange for the organization of a similar exhibition of Romanian art at the Royal College of Art in London, titled Brancusi and His Countrymen. The exhibition offered a journey through the various stages of the artist's oeuvre, accompanied by large panels reproducing images of works that could not be included, and Henry Moore's statements about his early influences and sources of inspiration, with an emphasis on those pieces intended to be installed in natural surroundings. The retrospective character of the exhibition and the large number of works on display determine its wide visibility in the local press, but also the vivid interest of the artistic and cultural community. It represented for many people a cultural shock, as poet Marin Sorescu noted in his review, and I quote, "After leaving the exhibition, I experienced feelings of anxiety. One doesn't know where to place this artist. Somewhere in the geological past, or in the cosmic future, returning once more to his reclining figures, his augmented torsos, or the vertical inner and outer shapes, one realizes that the artist only sculpts the present, that his anxiety comprises, paradoxically, a lot of calmness." As Sorescu, other articles called into attention the monumentality of Moore's sculpture, the way it redefined space and its relationship with surrounding space, and last but not least, the syncretism of his forms. This last aspect brought to light a new type of reading of Moore's art. I'm missing page 4. Thank you. In association with Constantin Brancusi, many published materials evoked the direct or indirect relationship between the art of the two sculptors.
Moving our focus to Czechoslovakia, one needs to underscore that the local situation of the 1960s was interwoven by numerous exhibitions that developed throughout international partnerships. As the domestic cultural policy gradually relaxed, the country's official agencies revisited the approach to many of their foreign counterparts and began to negotiate the specific terms of renewed cooperation. In the case of the British Council, the situation started to change in 1962 when the bilateral cultural programs between the UK and Czechoslovakia were formalized, and Wesley Gordon Woods assumed the position of a cultural attaché. Woods, an amateur painter himself, managed to expand his contacts very early on, and with the support of artists and gallery workers from both collaborating parties, he took the patronage of multiple events in the field of visual arts. Under these circumstances, the first stop of Henry Moore's exhibition took place between April and May 1966 at the Slovak National Gallery in Bratislava, exactly 20 years after the first local introduction of the artist's works. The impressive display of several seminal pieces was received in exchange for the exhibition Cubist Art from Czechoslovakia, held at Tate Gallery a year later. Subsequently, the second of the installments, scattered between the interior and exterior premises of the Stenberg Palace, was hosted within the same year by the National Gallery Prague. As in the case of other exhibitions within the discussed series, both events were accompanied by well-attended press conferences and lectures given by British art historians. Since each of the mentioned shows operated on the boundaries of gallery practices as well as within the realm of foreign policy, their meaning needs to be evaluated from several perspectives. As for the diplomatic aspects, both exchange partners considered the events a success, while the official reports from the British Council representatives described them as a demonstrably effective channel for spreading Britain's values to one of the Soviet satellites. The Czechoslovak officials triumphantly presented the exhibitions as a means, quote, that fundamentally helped to push Czechoslovak art into the Tate Gallery, which was something that other socialist countries were failing to achieve, unquote. On the subject of the reception of the display collection, although the local press mostly approached Moore's works within the limits of older interpretative models, the 1966 exhibition was not only commented through the artist's contribution to the development of modernism. Since the liberalizing movement in society caused artistic and theoretical practices to develop in a more open dialogue with the progressive tendencies of the West, in several cases there also appeared pivotal efforts to re-evaluate Moore's role within the current art context. And these efforts were further supported by Moore's personal visit of Prague in 1969 and elaborated through, for example, a critical analysis of Herbert Reed's writing by Czech philosopher Jan Patočka, or by 1985 study by art historian Petr Wittlich.
Now moving to Hungary. Following the communist takeover, the British Council in Hungary was forced, as almost everywhere in the region, to cease its activities. Following the years of Stalinism and the defeat of the 1956 revolution, the Kader regime found itself in deep international isolation. It was a seemingly neutral field of culture where Hungarian authorities first attempted to counter this isolation and gain international political acceptance from the West. Henry Moore's earlier 1961 exhibition was a second instance of Western cultural import after the 1959 French book show. The selection consisted of merely a few small bronzes, accompanied with Henry Moore's photographs of his own works. From the British point of view, this material, selected and managed by the British Council, formed part of a touring exhibition shown in the Eastern Bloc only in Sofia in 1960, but toured all over the world, especially the Global South. Hungarian authorities were quite reluctant. They wished to establish Western contacts, yet feared at the same time from the influence of Western culture that it might exert on local audience. In result, only brief announcements were published in the press, and the photos taken by the Hungarian news agency, that you see here now, at the opening were marked as, and I quote, not to be distributed for the press. Nonetheless, over the 2 weeks, almost 8,000 people visited the show. This 1961 exhibition, which was rather limited in scale, exerted an important influence. The modern figuration, as well as the scale and natural setting of the works, visible on the photos, opened up brand new sculptural possibilities, unimaginable before, given the recent experience of socialist realism. Moore's second exhibition in 1967 was already showcasing a substantial number of large-scale works, occupying almost the entire Múlcsarnok, the largest exhibition hall in Budapest. The show was a belated stop in Moore's tour in the region. The importance of the exhibition is attested by the fact that it was opened by Jenny Lee, Minister for the Arts in the government of the UK, and Miklós Borsos, a major Hungarian sculptor who in fact visited Moore earlier in 1963. Planned for 1966 due to bureaucratic processes of Hungarian authorities, as well as the insistence of negotiating the best possibilities to exhibit Hungarian material in London, resulted in the exhibition being delayed to 1967. Hungarian authorities managed to mount multiple exhibitions in the UK. In return, the Hungarian art treasures in the Victoria and Albert Museum and 20th century Hungarian art at the Royal Institute Galleries. The Moore exhibition, visible for a month, proved to be a success. Covered widely in the press, it was attended by almost 36,000 visitors. It seems nonetheless that not everyone was content with having more sculptures exhibited in Hungary. Pál Páczai, an established sculptor and professor at the Academy of Fine Arts, probably fearing of not being able to compete with the new trends, was expressing his negative opinion in a rather harsh way. And I quote, "They bring us this Henrik Moor," which is Hungarianized version of Moore's name, alluding to Moors, Muslim inhabitants of the Iberian Peninsula. So they bring us this Henrik Moor, this king of faggots, with his garbage punctured by a drilling machine. So he was rather hostile. Nonetheless, Nur's exhibitions were formative events. As art historian Marta Kowalowski, university student at that time, put it in relation to the earlier 61 show, and I quote, "That spirit, that breeze, that stormy wind that came through the door, it originated from him and blew forth Hungarian sculpture."
Our project offers three further important aspects that we cannot cover here in depth. These are the question of acquisitions, Moore's visits in the region, as well as visits to his studio in Peregrine that can be seen as pilgrimages. Just for a brief mention, in the case of Czechoslovakia, two such visits took place in 1964 and 65 as a part of the longer group excursion organized by the relevant union bodies, and in the case of Hungary, it was sculptor Miklos Borzsós who visited Moore in 1963. A further important aspect that we cannot elaborate on here, but the exhibition series partially does, and the planned book will extensively cover, is the reception of Moore's art in the region. For instance, in Romania, the mediatization of the exhibition led to traces in the artist's diaries, impacted writers, and fueled the work of young sculptors with new ideas. In case of Czechoslovakia, one specific area in which the influence of Henry Moore was significantly present was the sculpture works situated in public spaces, while in Hungary, the impact of Moore's art is attested throughout the 1960s, and not only in sculpture and the fine arts, as one would expect, but also in film and even in poetry. And I want to briefly mention that Maria Klimešová, who is also present here with us, wrote a really well-structured study on the occasion of our Bucharest exhibition about the reception of Henry Moore's in Czech art. So if you're interested, it's available online. Taking the different contexts and perspectives into consideration, Henry Moore's traveling exhibition in the Eastern Bloc can be regarded as both a typical and an atypical event. It was a typical case of post-war traveling exhibitions, which were touring either on national, regional, or global scale. As we have seen, what made this show atypical was his regional and local context and the implication it had in shaping individual and collective accounts. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask the audience to spare their questions till the end of our panel, and then we can open up a discussion. And now I would like to introduce quite another case studies who represent a different position, and now we could experience the situation of an artist coming to the East, and now we will face the case study of the Cobra Group in the presentation of Christian Hanberg from the University of Copenhagen, where he is an assistant professor in art history. He is also involved in project exhibiting across the Iron Curtain, the forgotten trail of Danish artists exhibiting in context of state socialism from 1955 till 85. His publications, which I would like to mention here, include New Histories of Art in the Global Post-War Era, which he co-edited, and Conquering the Present in the Long 60s, published in the 2019. Hanberg is president of ICA Denmark and a board member of Nordic as well. Please.
Thank you for this introduction. Thank you for the invitation for this amazing event. I will talk about the Danish painters of the Cobra Group, and these artists are associated as the protagonists of the Danish post-war art scene and its most international success. Their spontaneous abstraction was not only emblematic of its era, but also of the emergence of a new prominence of exhibitions across Western Europe and in the strategic use of exhibitions in the new art world settling there. They were arguably the first avant-garde group born into the museum world, with the first exhibition as a group taking place in a municipal museum in Amsterdam at the Stedelijk. And soon they were also featured in various constellations at the Venice Biennale, Documenta, etc. My presentation will highlight another path of their exhibitions across the Iron Curtain, where the Danish Cobra artists were exhibited on several occasions in official exhibitions organized by the Danish state. This can highlight the meeting of two art worlds in divided Europe, East and West, the artists and other actors in the context of this art world in Europe, and in the cultural diplomatic exhibition as an overlooked exhibition type, especially in the Bloc. The research is part of the project, as you also mentioned, exhibiting across the Iron Curtain, the forgotten trail of Danish artists exhibiting in the context of state socialism, where I work on the exhibition activities of Danish artists and the role of the exhibition as a contact zone in known and unknown ways throughout the era and the developments we can see here. Art exhibition became a medium of Danish cultural diplomacy around 1960. As you might know, Denmark was firmly situated in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization since 1949, but also placed at the front line of the Cold War through its geography, located just 30 kilometers from Warsaw Pact territory across the Baltic Sea. After isolation in the blocs in the first decade of the Cold War, a new phase entered in the late 50s, where diplomatic relations were taken up, as the previous presentations also finally pointed out. From Danish side, Denmark became remarkably proactive in enhancing diplomatic relations with the state socialist countries, especially aimed at the small state dialogues with the East European state socialist countries. This remarkably also corresponds with the establishment of a Danish Ministry of Culture in 1961, and in general with the establishment of an institutionalized cultural policy as part of the welfare state, often with overlapping personal actors and connections. An important initiative of this was the establishment of cultural exchange agreements. Such agreements were quickly made with Poland, Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union in '62, and most other socialist countries during the 60s and 70s. These were, in general, very important diplomatic channels which policy could be carried out from above, but also as a medium through which artistic exchange and meeting could be arranged, and an absolutely necessary means to do so. And they are well documented both at national level through instances such as, in the Danish context, the Working Committee for exchange with the Soviet bloc under the Danish Foreign Ministry, together with the Ministry of Culture, and also a NATO committee established in Britain in 1960, Working Committee for East-West Exchanges, where an annual meeting were held for the NATO countries, where they could evaluate and make a strategy for their cultural exchange activities. At one of these meetings in '67, the overall purpose of cultural exchange were defined as working at two levels, both in a symbolic way, showing that relations with the Eastern Bloc countries had bettered with momentaneous setbacks, it was said, but also as instrumental in a way to actively influence the situation in the countries and stimulate changes. So Similarly, it was also declared at Danish side that Danish East foreign policy and cultural policy should at one side be bridge building, better relations, but also work proactively to stimulate the Eastern European states to loosen their ties with the Soviet Union. As such, these exchanges can be seen along with what is known as the Ostpolitik, formulated by Willy Brandt and the West German government, and through the slogan of change through rapprochement, Wandel durch Annehmung. Turning to the exhibitions, the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs received an invitation in 1960 for an exhibition of Danish art in the Social Republic of Yugoslavia. The results carried out by the Artist Committee for Exhibitions Abroad was called Danish Art, Dansker Umednost, and presented Danish art since 1900 with an emphasis on living artists. It featured 150 works, culminating, I guess one could say, with the Cobra artist Carl Henning Pedersen and Henrik Heerup, and their contemporaries Sven V. Hansen, Richard Mortensen, and Palle Nielsen. It toured Yugoslavia in Belgrade, Zagreb, and Ljubljana at the Moderna Galleria, where it was reported very successful with an audience of 10,000 and quite extensive media coverage. Then, interestingly, the exhibition was requested to be shown in Poland by the Polish government and was then spontaneously showed at the Sagieta Gallery in Warsaw in 1961. Through swift diplomatic work corresponding with a brand new cultural exchange agreement with Denmark and Poland. Again with success and with most attention on the Cobra artists. And it became the first of staying relations with Poland with a series of exhibitions throughout the 60s of Danish art and vice versa, Polish art in Denmark. Maybe the most here is the showing of the big Danish art exhibition in 61 in Poland, but was followed up in 65 with a big solo presentation of Cobra painter Egil Jacobsen, again at the Sagieta and also in Krakow. I've seen that it was one of only 7 exhibitions of solo presentations of Western artists during the Polish thaw of the Gomulka era from 55 to 70. Again, the exhibition was organized with help of the cultural exchange agreement between Denmark and Poland and the apparatus of diplomacy, but also through involvement of the artist himself, who took up the curatorial task, went to Warsaw to set up the exhibition, and even brought a class he taught at the Royal Danish Art Academy to meet with the Polish art scene in 65. So the artist was definitely actively involved and not used without his knowledge. And again, artistic and diplomatic relation corresponds also as the foreign minister of Denmark visited his Polish colleague, to which he had close contacts at the time of the exhibition. Jacobsen would also have continuous contacts with the Polish art scene and was seemingly a recognized name here. It's documented that Polish state TV visited his exhibition openings in Copenhagen in the 70s, and the National Museum National Museum is called in Warsaw, would receive his painting Fellini's Wife as a gift from Jacobsen that was often exhibited in 1978. A rare occasion of a Western modern artwork entering a state collection in a state socialist country, I should think. That museum was also the setting of an exhibition presenting 3 Cobra artists, first organized in Budapest at the Musanok mentioned before, a presentation of Else Ahlfeldt, Egil Jacobsen, and Carl Henning Pedersen, brought together by the director of the Danish National Gallery at the time, Lars Rostrup Bøjesen, also as a thank you for a presentation of Hungarian Cubist artists in Denmark. But again, with active involvement of the three exhibited artists, or the two of them still alive there, that was successful in Budapest, and at least in Denmark, even more talked about at the Polish staging. That was because of the events happening in Poland in the autumn of 1980 with Solidarity and the event of change that was followed closely in Denmark. It was read by Danish press as the Danish rebel painters helping the riots of the Polish workers as an act of solidarity with Solidarity, which was not the way it was really planned, but Danish press were eager to read it that way, and the artist didn't oppose that reading. Egil Jacobsen said himself that he definitely had sympathy with the Polish people and the artists, and hoped that his doings could help that. That he felt that the Nordic countries were something that the Polish artists were looking towards almost as a lifebuoy in the Cold War divided world. So I think there were two motives in at least the Danish reading of the exhibition. They were eager to promote the Cobra artists as a free art, different from the state art of socialist realism, but also emphasized the contacts of Egil Jacobsen previously, that the artist diplomacy of Jacobsen had created its results, that there were contacts, and that Denmark was in a position to establish such contacts. But for the exhibition, diplomacy and exchanges with Poland, they were turned down after the state of emergency in the early 80s, and that's a general image that when such event that were seen as undesired happened, the tap was closed. Such things had also happened in '68 after the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, which even caused the cancellation of a Danish-Soviet friendship year that was planned to have taken place in '69. So a changing climate that cultural exchanges and willingness to exchange definitely related to, both at the above level but also at artist level. I think it was debated a lot, the Prague '68 condition among Danish artists. But up in the 1980s, where Cobra could no more count as contemporary art, but rather the history of modern art, we see a new museal dimension in the Cobra exhibitions across the curtain. And that is characteristic of the largest Cobra exhibition project, a touring exhibition called the Danish Artists of the Cobra Group, focusing mainly on their early production before they were Cobra, from the World War II years, the 40s, and up to the early 50s. That presented 8 exhibitions, eight artists, and were shown at several locations in nearly all of the European state socialist countries. It toured for almost 3 years and became organized through a collaboration of 3 newly founded Danish art museums in Jutland. The Kunstmuseum Silkeborg, formed around the collections of Asger Jorn, Herning Kunstmuseum, and Holstebro Kunstmuseum. So it's a remarkable development from the central institutions in Copenhagen, both from political and museal side, taking care of the cultural diplomacy activities in the beginning of the era, to new institutions born out of post-war Denmark themselves, as these museums being involved as producers and executors. the museum people and their technical staff would travel along with the exhibition and install it in the local context, also making us aware how much work that was actually involved here, how difficult it was to get such things done. An interesting aspect is that the museums themselves were also made visible in the presentation. Here a photo from the Prague staging at the Titan rate, at the National Gallery, the Náměstí Primátora, I think a temporary venue outside of the main institution, but remarkable that the new museums of modern art in the modernist architecture was also highlighted as a desirable image of modern Denmark and fitting with the diplomatic vision. We also have a photo from the opening with a performance by jazz musician Palle Mikkelborg, again to the collection of opening events pointed at before. But a large tour that interestingly ended in the country closest to the Danish border, the DDR, where it was finally shown after much delay and negotiation in 1988 at the Nationalgalerie. It was not uncontroversial to show post-war abstraction in the DDR, and typically I think also the most figurative of the Cobra painters, naivist Henrik Heerup, was chosen for the image, giving a quite different impression that the very 80s looking Yugoslavian catalogue issued there. So that kind of was the final frontier for the Danish cultural exhibition diplomacy to get into the GDR, where other events would soon take over after 1988. But I think through this exhibition we can see that they were pursued, made use of different formats, from the larger state diplomatical presentation of Danish art as such, on a more formal level, to the more intimate presentation of individual artists like Egil Jacobsen or the three artists put together. So there was this use of the diplomatic system, but also an attempt to make it invisible, to make the exhibitions appear as natural as possible, as an unmediated meeting with the Danish artists. And then they raises questions about the artists' involvement. Were they eager to partake in the cultural diplomacy? Were they allied with the Danish state interests, also being former communists but breaking with party communism and the establishment of the realist doctrine, also in Danish communism in the the late 40s? That's interesting questions. Also, if a kind of artist-based diplomacy was possible, if the artist activities could lead to new dialogues behind the official agenda. Also corresponding to the ways exhibition worked on the Western side, the internationalization of a small state like Denmark in the art world settling in the post-war years. Here I think it's important to take up the small state relations in divided Europe, in this case between Denmark and countries like Poland and Czechoslovakia. And with these words I would like to say thank you, and also point to that this case study has just been published in an article in the Atlas Bulletin, together with other studies of Nordic-Baltic cross-border connectivity, also from my research project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I would like to invite our last speaker from this panel, Magdalena Radomska, who is a post-Marxist art historian and historian of philosophy, who is currently assistant professor at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań in Poland. Currently, Magdalena Radomska is engaged in research into post-communist art in post-communist Europe and a critique of capitalism in art. I would like to mention here the book, The Plural Subject, Art and Crisis After 2008. Radomska is a founder, as we could hear yesterday, with great ambitions, founder and director of the Piotr Piotrowski Center for Research on East Central European Art, and I think this lecture today somehow is going to be connected with your future plans around the net and Jaroslav Kozlovsky's project. So I would like to give the floor to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emesha, for introducing me. I'm a bit afraid of Pavlina, where she is. Oh yeah, because it cannot be both shortly and slowly. It will be shortly. Okay. So, at the beginning, I would like to point out that the text written on the occasion of this conference is not only a part of broader project, and I'm referring to not only to Resonances project, which we started with all people mentioned already, but also to the fact that Piotr Piotrowski Center for Research on East Central European Art has recently inaugurated cooperation with Arsenal Gallery in Poznań in terms of substantive care of the net archive donated by Jarosław Kozłowski to the city of Poznań in 2022. The collection is in the custody of Poznań Arsenal Gallery, and in accordance with the will of its director, Professor Marek Wasilewski and Professor Jarosław Kozłowski, the substantive care of the collection will be provided by the center. On this occasion, the conference that was to be held as a part of the Resonances series in Poznań in March in 2023 will be dedicated to the formal inauguration of this cooperation, especially since, coincidentally, the last chapter of this project was to deal with the relationship of artists from East Central Europe with artists from the Global South anyway. For the sake of the larger number of such works in both Net Archive and the Artful Archive, sorry. No, doesn't really work. Okay. The conference entitled Equivalent Pool, and I'd like to invite you to the conference and encourage you to also apply for the conference. A comparative perspective of art on art in Communist Europe and the Global South in the long 70s focuses on the types of cooperation between artists from Eastern Europe and the Global South in the late 60s and throughout the 70s, which, as Piotrowski argued in his last book, was based on a different approach to both art and cooperation. In the case of Eastern Europe, it was informative, according to Piotrowski, but a formative attitude prevailed among artists of Global South. The conference will address recent Latin American theoretical approaches, such as Anna Longoni's theory of artistic activism applied to the art of 70s and to the East-South exchange networks developed primarily via mail art and experimental poetry practices. My goal is to exploit the common background of artists from both regions for an analysis that, instead of the traditional formal analysis, would reach for elements that would enable the shift towards what Piotrowski, echoing the text of Elkins and Ziemans, referred to as material analysis, and which remained only a postulate. For those who don't participate in the Resonances project, I would like to point out that my presentation today, necessarily truncated, is a continuation of what I presented in Budapest, and a slice of analysis in which I include works of Eastern European artists and artists from the Global South, such as Chilean artist Guillermo Diesler or Argentinian artist Horacio Zabala, which are in Net's collection. In my text, I would like here to focus on the very first exhibition at Accumulatory 2 Gallery run by Kozłowski to point out potential tropes and problems facing material analysis. The first exhibition Okay, and I would like to say also thank you for Clara Kemwelch for accepting our invitation to the conference as a keynote speaker. This is Orazio Zabala and Zsuzsa, that's what I meant. So the first exhibition realized in Accumulatory Gallery, in the organization of which, by the way, Piotrowski, who was a student of Kozłowski at the time, took part, was the exhibition through myself by Brazilian artist Angelo de Aquino. Piotrowski analyzed this exhibition in his last book, soon to be published in English under the title A Global Approach to the Art of Eastern Europe. It was a work that Piotrowski, who postulates a shift from formal analysis, nevertheless describes using language that is strongly implicated in it. Piotrowski subjects to analysis what he calls the exhibition's narrative and its symmetrical structure with two rectangles drawn on the floor, placed opposite each other, in which were inscribed respectively the sentences, I am Jarosław Kozłowski and I am Angelo de Aquino. As he argues, and I quote, the two artists functioned as if they were together in the gallery, but they did so incongruently. De Aquino designed the project and was present throughout his idea. Kozłowski realized the plan, and he was therefore present through his action. Yet, both of those roles were questions, thereby creating a broad interpretative field concerned with the notion of authorship and based on the questions who, in essence, is the author of the exhibition? Is it the artist? And who is the creator, the curator? Moreover, continues Piotrowski, the viewer experienced this ambivalence even more powerfully when encouraged by organizers. He or she stopped into the fields designated by the artist, by artist names, one of whom was the exhibition's curator. Curator. Without being able to identify with either one of them. Entering the field with the inscription, I am Jarosław Kozłowski or I am Angelo de Aquino, the viewer realized that he or she could not be either one or the other. Here Piotrowski gets caught up in the considerations that are anchored in the paradigm of individual work and related sees the roles, individual work, and relatedly sees the roles of artists and curators as binary. This binary and the paradoxes that art historians perceive as generated by the works of the Brazilian artists are easily abrogated by moving beyond the paradigm of individualism towards collective work. Moreover, even when reaching for the political context of the artist's work, Piotrowski explains the notion of violence that appears in the work by recalling Institutional Act No. 5, introduced in Brazil in 1968, the 4 years after the coup that ushered in the rule of military dictatorship. What Piotrowski fails to notice, however, is the coup, the 64, that led to the overthrow of the Brazilian president by members of the Brazilian armed forces supported by US government with the Operation Brother Sun, and the anti-communist purges that removed the left from the power for several decades. The proper context for Brazilian artists' work at the Accumulatory 2 gallery is the work he created 2 years earlier in Milan as a part of his book, Illusions. And this is the work. It was in the form of a sheet of paper on which the following statements were written. All country is my country, all name is my name, all work is my work, I'm you, and I'm me. The work can be read as a reference to the Communist Manifesto abrogating national belonging, proletarians have no homeland, or individualism in favor of an essentialized worker's identity. From such a perspective, Piotrowski's analysis of the authorship of thought, which are essentially tied to the individualist myth embedded in the tradition of formal analysis, miss the point. In an attempt to assign meaning to the inscriptions on the floor, Piotrowski convincingly argues that the rectangle with the inscription Tropical landscape Tropical landscape can be read as an allusion to Elio Otisika work Tropicalia from 1967, which became an icon of participatory work in Brazil. And yet also the largest central section of the Aquino work, which Piotrowski almost neglects to include in his interpretation, and I mean this part, the central part, gains readability in the context of Otisika work, namely one of the most famous works of the Brazilian artist, 1968 banner, Be an Outlaw, Be an Hero, which is here. For what escapes Piotrowski is ironically the possibility of projecting the body in a horizontal position into a space defined as being reserved precisely for the artist's body. In my opinion, Piotrowski here is again guided by his superstructural attachment, and I think, again, because I prove in my afterword to his last book that he also does it to socialist realism and pop art. So he's, again, guided by his superstructural attachment derived from the tradition of formal analysis. This is because he assumes that the field is intended for the artist, treating the term body as the metonymy rather than evocation of the matter of the body. This error has already appeared, however, in the translation of the Brazilian artist project into Polish, by arbitrarily replacing the word body with the word artist, which is done, I suppose, by Kozłowski. So only those people who understand Polish, they will understand that error. Okay, sorry. Reserved for the artist. My interpretation, insisting that this might be about a horizontal material body, not a vertical body, is legitimized not only by the reference to the famous banner, but also by what the banner alludes to. I'm obviously referring to the torture and so-called disappearances sanctioned by both the Brazilian military regime and Kubrick manuals, counterintelligence interrogation issued by CIA in July 1963. In this context, the black chair in the corner, which was designed by the Brazilian artist and placed by Kozłowski, would simply be allusion to interrogation. What is still worth mentioning in this context is the visitors to the exhibition, including Piotrowski himself, to whom Piotrowski attributed a status of that falls either within the binary possibilities or binary exclusions. This either or neither nor identity of participants does not make any sense. What would it contribute to our understanding of the work that visitors of the exhibition are neither Kozłowski nor the Aquino, or that they are entrapped in either or position? However, when we consider the collective identity of the creators of this work, we can see the drawing on the floor as a peculiar hopscotch. Individual identity is thus not only a lie, providing a starting point, ending inevitably with the dead body. The conclusion I'm obviously coming to is acknowledging this working identity of artists. What's more, I think the work can be interpreted as activating a similar identity in viewers. However, this thesis is a bit like self-fulfilling prophecy. At the same time, it's hardly risky because who in Poland in 1973 could say with certainty that she or he did not belong to proletariat? And also very risky, as on the other hand, who would really say that she or he belongs to one? Here we touch upon the problem of cognitariat, or the group defining itself at the time as intellectuals. I will not go into the extensive theoretical dictation on this subject. I would like just to point out that I disagree with Antonio Negri when he shifts his emphasis towards the dominance of cognitive and immaterial labor, makes it possible to eliminate the power of capital and thus liberate ourselves from the relationship of subordination. Rather, the notion of organic intellectuals characterized by Gramsci, who is a crucial link between Marxism and subaltern studies, as a function of a group that wages a struggle to assimilate and ideologically combat a group of traditional intellectuals, can be invoked as useful here. Although the primacy of the superstructure, that is the essence of the concept of hegemony, contributes in Gramsci's philosophy to the attribution of exceptional role of intellectuals and or artists, the philosopher is all the more cautious here, pointing out the illusory nature of the sense of independence or autonomy of intellectuals. He calls the acknowledgement of the innate nature of intellectual activities a grave error, pointing to the relevance of, I quote, the system of relations in which they have a place within the general complex of social relations. As he goes on to note, the proletariat is not characterized by its manual labor, but by the fact that it is performed under certain conditions and social relations. Contrary to Gramsci, Negri believes that the cognitariat has direct access to its means of production. Hence, it functions independently of capitalist ones, which in a nutshell is a bullshit. For example, let's look at the issue of the English language, which I want to see here as a means of production. Analyzing the work of Kozłowski, the Grammary, which incidentally, in the form of an art book, was sent by Kozłowski to Brazil as a part of the exchange, Christina Freile rightly notes that English, in which the book was written, being the conjugation of the verb to be, meant a sort of false identity for artists. Freire optimistically believes, however, that English could turn possible some kinds of communication but not identification. The internationalism expressed here, she continues, was not ideological, but had instrumental purpose. I would be much more skeptical on this point. However, important it is that Freire's thesis sheds light on what Piotrowski calls the difference between the formative and informative functions of net. English in this context would stand as a means of production to prevent the transformation to prevent the transformative and of the informative function into the formative one. Let's go back to the visitors of the exhibition through myself. I'm referring specifically to the visitors of to Piotrowski and his colleague Andrzej Jur, a figure important to functioning of Acumulatory 2. Let's go back to that point. I mean specifically, although we see them as students and some at least as future outstanding academics like Piotrowski, in Accumulatore they were simply a workforce. I purposely don't use the term labor force here because I believe the relationship between them and Kozłowski was far from the capitalist one. Where Piotrowski asks about authorship, however, I would like to shift the paradigm by asking about the division of labor within the net initiative and related relations of production. Today, I only point to the fact that the work of the Brazilian artist provokes these questions and that Only acknowledging this fact makes possible the turn that Piotrowski advocated for. However, I intend to develop this research. To my surprise, Jarosław Kozłowski, who usually strongly emphasizes his attachment to the notion of autonomy of art and argued about it with Piotr even after his death, declared his willingness to cooperate when we talked about sorry. Okay. When we talked about how I see the center's role in what I'm laboriously defining here as materializing net, which is actually supposed to be tearing the net out of its superstructural attachments and conditionings. So for March, we are preparing together a talk manipulated by my Marxist inclinations, which not only try to create a new net framework, but also brings out details from Kozłowski's memory, which have been so far depreciated in art history. First of all, I'm going to sketch out the class geography of net. This is the subject of my interest for some time now, and I'd like to say that with Katerina Preda we are preparing a volume after the first forum of Piotr Piotrowski entitled Plural and Multiple Geographies of Contemporary Post-Communist Art, East Central European art, which is about also a class geography. This is what I developed in my text for Umeni volume, stating that the distance from Paris to Poznań was not equal to the distance from Poznań to Paris in the 70s. I would like to sum up by saying that what is important for the class geography is well illustrated by details, key ticket prices, salary amounts, class differences between those who issued passports and those who applied for them. These issues are not a part of the formal analysis. At most, they are stuck in the domain of the supplement or anecdote. I believe that they should be recorded and re-evaluated as means of production of artworks. In his last book, which opens up with a call for peripheries to the word to unite, Piotrowski proves the core of his project of alter globalist art history lies in his attempt to determine the relationship between global art history and post-colonial studies, and the impact of the latter on the issue of East European artistic peripheries. Piotrowski rejects post-colonial criticism of Eurocentrism, opposing the notion identifying Europe with the historical experience of European colonization that he finds simplistic. He also maintains the path to globalism or art history of Eastern Europe leads through Europe, not against it. It seems that Piotrowski's incoherent approach toward Marxism influences his argument to the extent he ignores Marxist criticism of postcolonial narrative, such as book Eurocentrism by Egyptian Marxist Samir Amin, published in English in 1989, that not only provides adequate answers to certain issues raised by Piotrowski, so for instance, peculiar situation on Eastern Europe and Scandinavia as well. Moreover, it approaches them from the number of different angles. He also ignores Walter's Mignolos, the colonial critique, which leads through a critique of modernist paradigms and episteme, and provides a very good guide to material analysis. So to sum up, because I have some more text here, I would like to say that Marxist perspective enables to perceive both notions of a center and periphery that Piotrowski uses as a mere reflection of class division. Center can be thus defined as a result of solidified accumulation of capital and periphery of exploitation. During the conference that we are going to have in March, I would like to focus on those issues to emphasize that identity that I call after Spivak, that I call the class geography or the solidarity between Global South and Eastern Europe. So I call it a critical condition or sorry. critical condition or critical or strategical essentialism, because I treat the role of net guardian as an ethical obligation. I would like to equip the marital part of the archive with a kind of shield against such appropriation. This is what in March conference will serve, and I would like to invite you to the conference. I will be very happy to meet you in Poznan. Thank you so much, and sorry for prolonging the speech.
Thank you very much, Magda. And please don't leave. Please don't leave. I would like to invite also our other speakers to open up the situation for a discussion. So now, please do come out with your questions. Anyone? Yes, Clara.
Hi. Magda, I was thinking your analysis is really, really interesting of that work by Angelo de Aquino, but I was thinking about the chair and then, of course, of Joseph Kotouff's 1 and 3 chairs. And maybe you could say a bit specifically about how your kind of materialist rereading of net relates to orthodox definitions of conceptual art.
Okay, that's a tough question. What you're implying here that that the adequate reading of that Aquino work would be in the parallel with Joseph Kossuth? Yeah.
I mean, he's playing with Kossuth's 1 and 3 chairs, I think, surely, as well as
simply
doing
don't
other
see
things.
it, you know. I just, what I aim to do, okay, of course it's an interesting thing to notice, but I'm trying to shift this, to make a turn from a shift from this kind of analysis that I consider formal, embedded in the formal analysis tradition, namely by comparison of those kind of works created in so-called margins to the Western art. Because my idea, my notion is that what Piotrowski calls formal analysis, I would rather call superstructural analysis, yeah? So what belongs to the domain of culture. And I would like to shift it back, somehow back. It is a move forward, but also backwards, basically backwards to the very base, Marxist-based. So namely, relationship of production and so on and so forth. So what do I do with it? I would neglect it.
It's a question for Christian. On this solidarity with solidarity, you mentioned that it wasn't the intention of the Cobra artists to establish a solidarity with solidarity, but that nonetheless happened, and it was an interpretation that they didn't oppose. So how did they grasp it in the moment of, well, firstly, when was that claim made? Was it during the exhibition or afterwards? And how did they grasp it and make something positive and constructive of it? And what was the consequence for both them and subsequent artists or engagements between Danish artists and the Polish regime? What was the consequence for other artists coming after them that Cobra did grasp this solidarity with solidarity?
Thank you very much, and I don't know all the implications. Most of all, I would very much like to be able to see what were the implications in Poland. And you're right about summing up how it happened that the exhibition was planned as cultural exchange under normal conditions, and then the events occurred, and they spoke of their solidarity with solidarity at the same time, not when they were in Poland, but when they were back home and after having been at the opening, as far as I know. I think that contacts were just closed down, that they would have liked to continue, and then afterwards in the 80s several Polish artists came to Denmark and with a focus on the non-conformist art, so not so much through the diplomacy network and official channels, but underneath them. I think paradoxically, the dialogue stopped a little bit there, and also others took over. Again, Cobra were not contemporary artists anymore, and there were younger environments eager to take over and search contacts. Maybe some of you working with the Polish art scene in the 80s would know of contacts with Denmark, and I'm looking forward to follow that in my research. So it's mostly an image of the moment, how it was covered in Danish press, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Christian raised his hand first. Okay. So would you? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Concerning the Polish case, I can just give you a short remark. At the beginning of the 80s, in which there was a huge exhibition called Construction in Process. A lot of artists from the West were invited. I would have to check if there were any from Denmark, but they were pretty officially cooperating with local structure of solidarity and local workers to bring their productions about. And I'm not sure if anything, and also local municipality was engaged into this. So this was a strange time, like this carnival, the so-called carnival of solidarity, that it was not really like the regime opposed to the society. Some local authority structures were also involved, and Muzeum Sztuki, which also organized an exhibition of photographs presenting solidarity. So it was more complex than just, you know, the opposing sides. But my question is to Luisa and Danielle. I was wondering, because you only mentioned once, I think, British Council, how was this institution involved in the 1960s tours of Henry Moore's sculptures? Because I'm sure it was a really important actor in the late 50s when Henry Moore's exhibitions toured Poland. And the other part of the question is if you are going to introduce also the Polish case and also the Yugoslav case, which was even earlier, like in the mid-50s. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically the British Council was behind all this as a specified agent of the UK government. So they did several sets of touring exhibitions. So the small one that reached Hungary in '61, that toured all around the world, mostly the global south. So it was like they initiated it, and in exchange everywhere the local governments negotiated exhibitions in return in the UK. But from the British perspective, as far as we know, it wasn't really researched in depth so far. But basically the British Council was the most important factor of Moore's worldwide career. Because we're not talking about 5 exhibitions, we're talking about 500 exhibitions. So many sets of works touring constantly all over the world, still today. So yeah, the British Council's role was eminent. And in case of the Yugoslav case in '55 and end of the '50s,
Poland. So we're concentrating in the exhibition series on these three countries, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. But in the book, we would like to include Yugoslavia, Poland, and Bulgaria. So we would cover the whole region wherever Henry Moore or his works set foot. The reason we did not include in-depth Poland in this exhibition series is because there was already an exhibition covering this story in Poland.
I just wanted to add that also the British Council was responsible for putting the whole collection of the presented works together. So and also the architecture. So we know names of architects and local commissioners from Bratislava and each location, but they were supervised by British authorities all the time. So yeah, that's it.
So it was a whole package. It wasn't only an exhibition. Films came with the exhibition. British experts were sent, and also it was a very important aspect, cultural diplomacy, soft power, because it wasn't only about a Henry Moore show. It was about setting up contacts locally. So the experts that came with the exhibition, partially to do the curatorial work, they had lots and lots of meetings with local artists. And some of these resulted in later exhibitions or exchanges. So these were rather early attempts of setting up not only official contacts, but beyond the official sphere, many studio visits and visits to art historians and art critics.
My question relates also to this collaborative research of Daniel, Luisa, and Alina. So what are your hopes beside that? It's a much deeper research because you can have these comparisons between the different contexts. How do you see what will be the research result of your book, that you have the opportunity to put together your researches?
Yeah, so as for the book, it's a we've got some like preliminary plans. So we would like to follow the structure, which we also somehow like put it into our presentation. So we really want to divide it into, let's say, three main parts. The first will be something like a timeline, which will mention all important events or exchanges between the UK and our selected countries. Then there will be also this touring exhibition and reception. And I don't know whether we can like say now more about the book, or maybe if you want to take.
No, basically there's three parts. So with the timeline, we would like to put everything together to see it in one chapter, and then the exhibition history and the impact, so the reception history. And what we mentioned at the very end are the rather peculiar aspects that are shared in all the countries. So this pilgrimage is also set up by the British Council to Henry Moore's estate or studio in Perry Green, and also the various reception histories and Moore's visits and the acquisitions that came after. So I think once Henry Moore said that British Council was the best art dealer he ever had, and he said that very rightly, because in many of the countries, unfortunately not in Hungary, but in most cases, acquisitions by the national museums of each country followed the exhibition. So I think it's a completely under-researched story, not only in our region, but globally. So it would be actually interesting to see the 66, 67 material, but also the earlier one, to see aspects in Africa or South America, but that would be a much bigger project.
I would have two slightly related questions. One of them you already answered, because one cannot think about the Vivazarelli case when we are speaking about the Moor situation and the cultural diplomacy in Hungary. So I would be interested how the local artistic communities reacted to this situation, but also it's interesting, and I would like to ask you how was the language of the reception formulated? Did they try to bring him closer to the terminology of the official modernism, or not? So what is your experience about this? You can answer both of you.
So in each country is a little bit different, because like in Czechoslovakia, as I said, it was like a turning point in the reception of Henry Moore, I think, because beforehand, all the books on articles on Henry Moore and also was just one-sided. They were like only his substantial contribution to modernism was like highlighted, and that was basically it. And no critical attempts to reevaluate his works were present. However, in 1966, there also appeared like some critical evaluation of his works, because they weren't so relevant for, let's say, local community in Prague anymore. As one of the critics stated, that Ludmila Vachtova, that the exhibition was a little bit, it was too late for the exhibition to come in 1966, because the local art scene, let's say in Prague, was much more interested in foreign tendencies and from the West, and not in the earlier works by Henry Moore. But on the other hand, in the region, like for example in Ostrava or in other parts of the Czechoslovakia, like other communities of artists were still amazed. So there was also this belatedness in his reception also within Czechoslovakia, not only, so also this was the case.
So in case of Hungary, in '61, this was a very early exhibition, and it was sort of kept a secret. So although 8,000 people visited, it was mostly those who knew where to go, and this is a thing to visit. I think this exhibition had a great impact on art historians and artists. The '67 exhibition was also, I think, too late, because for young progressive artists of the '60s, Henry Moore was already history. While for official art policy, for instance, in the newsreel that was created in '67, Moore was characterized as the debated artist. So still in '67, he wasn't 100% accepted. But by that time, he was rather acceptable. In '61, only like 3 lines appeared in the newspapers that this exhibition opened, and basically almost nothing appeared criticism. The vernissage by sculptor Kish. So basically him and very, very few art criticism that appeared after the show was closed, or even next year. They were trying to characterize Moore by his family roots, you know, the son of a miner, or as a realist artist, so very strongly tying him to realism, to concentrate on these parts, not to and distance him from abstraction or more abstracted forms of realism. So yeah, it was ambiguous, to say the least.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for one last question. Yes.
It's actually not a question, but that 2 remarks to Christian and to Magdalena. To Christian, it's not exactly related to your paper, but to Danish-Polish cultural relations, very specific cultural relations. When I study erotic imaginary in Poland in the 70s, at the turn of the 70s, I very often encounter information about pornography from Denmark. Pornography was prohibited in Poland as in many other Eastern countries, but we find information that it existed in Poland, it was present in Poland, in underground, and it exactly came from Denmark. And I even found, Tomek, do you remember the Kwiekulik, when they exhibited pornography? It was from Sweden, yes? Yes, because it's Sweden and Denmark are mentioned usually. And I also remember a text from 72 from one journal saying that this underground current of pornography from Denmark is very important for Polish audience. Yes? So that's a kind of a footnote to cultural relations. And to Magda, I have what you presented is very much a discussion between you and Piotr in a way. And I think that maybe it's worth, when materializing net, maybe it's worth bringing into discussion some other researchers, not exactly about the net, but I'm thinking about feminist research on conceptual art, especially feminist research that concentrates on applying social reproduction theories, like by Silvia Federici, and because it's they very much do what you want to do. And I'm thinking about, in Poland, about Wiktoria Szczupacka, her research on, for example, not on net, but on Foxal Gallery and on Kwiekulik, actually. But just it's also a kind of a footnote, because this social reproduction theory, as I said, used to address conceptual art, is very much centered around what you are trying to do.
Thank you very much. And also thank you very much for your fascinating presentations. I think you might have some cross-referential comments between each other, but maybe we should continue it in a more informal way. So thank you very much again.
Dear friends, long-awaited coffee break until 3, because I'm this monster who's watching the time. So I hope everybody's refreshed. And we can continue to the last panel of today. And I will give microphone to Hanna Budeus, who is going to be the moderator of the last section.
Good afternoon. First, I have a general information for those who came later. Please keep the questions and comments for the discussion held after the 3 presentations. There is no time for questions after each of the papers. And second, we were asked to keep the introductions as short as possible to stick the schedule. So please check the conference program for the complete information about the speakers. And now let me introduce the first speaker, who is Tomáš Zaluský, assistant professor at the Department of Cultural Research at the University of Łódź and the Department of Art History and Art Theory at the Academy of Fine Arts in Łódź. His research interests include modern and contemporary art, the social, political, and economic context of artistic culture, artistic activism and self-organization, and documentation and artistic archives. He is the author of several books, including a volume on Galeria Wschodnia, documents from 1984 to 2017. In his presentation, he is going to speak about the exhibition Afterlife of the Kulik artistic duo and its transformative and interpretative potential. So it's yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, let us start. In 1988, after cooperating artistically as the Kwikulik duo for 17 years, the Polish artists Przemysław Kwik and Zofia Kulik split and began their respective solo careers. Today, over 3 decades later, their joint work from the period of state socialism is counted among iconic examples of the 1970s and 1980s East Central European neo-avant-garde. In my short presentation, I will sketch an afterlife of Kwikulik's art as produced through the medium of collective exhibitions between 1989 and 2006. I will be asking how the identity, artistic position, and historical meanings of the artist's works were being transformed, re-established, and rewritten in this period by what I'm tempted to call multimodal performatives of these exhibitions. That is, by different ways, the shows re-employed, recontextualized, and reinterpreted the displayed artifacts. There are 2 parts to my text, and the first one is called Post-Socialist Polishness. The historization of Kwikulik's oeuvre began immediately after the duo had split. At the turn of the 1980s and 1990s, the selected works were shown at 2 exhibitions in Warsaw. Pole, German, Russian in 1989 at the former Norblin Factory building, and Polish Chic in 1991 at the Zachęta Gallery. Both events were organized and sponsored by Andrzej Bonarski, a businessman and art impresario who had already made his name as a promoter of Polish neo-expressionist painting. In the case of these 2 shows, as well as a few others, he cooperated with Maryla Sitkowska, an art historian and a custodian at the National Museum in Warsaw. Both exhibitions were meant as thematic presentations which commented on the issue of Polishness from an already post-socialist perspective. Pole, German, Russian addressed Poland's geopolitical entanglement in relations with its 2 neighboring countries, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, while Polish Chic strove to tackle the Polish otherness, its specific cultural and existential identity. Both shows featured not only neo-expressionist works, but also selected pieces by artists representing the 1970s neo-avant-garde. This choice and juxtaposition went against the grain. At that time, it was not uncommon among Polish art historians and critics associated with the political opposition to delegitimize, in political and moral terms, Polish modernist and neo-avant-garde art produced between 1956 and 1980 as turning a blind eye to
to the realities of the communist regime. Art historians and critics in question, they would contrast to this period the 1980s New Expressionism movement as the first artistic generation which explicitly addressed these socialist realities in an engaged and critical way. While Sitkowska generally shared the view on the post-Tao artistic modernity in Poland as seeking refuge from the reality of an actually existing socialism, she nevertheless wanted to prove that certain late 1960s and 1970s neo-avant-garde artists, including Kwiekulik, contested the political and administrative regime, opposed it, or looked for alternatives to it. Putting them side by side with neo-expressionist pieces was, therefore, already a revisionist gesture. An exhibition performative meant to defend these neo-avant-garde artists, legitimize them, or even produce the effect of their anteriority and exemplarity as critical respondents to the regime. In the case of Pole-German-Russian, Kwiekulik's work Mayer's Encyclopedia of 1977 was included together with a number of other works by representatives of the 1970s neo-avant-garde from Warsaw. The duo's piece originally consisted in cutting images from a multi-volume German encyclopedia and mounting them to the wall of the artist's flat. According to Kwiekulik's self-narrative, the idea was to present a topic from a repertoire of the state official anti-Nazi, anti-war, and anti-German propaganda by means of new experimental art practices. In the exhibition space of Pole-German-Russian, the task of recontextualization and reinterpretation of Kwiekulik's work was performed by relations with neighboring pieces, which could endow it with certain new meanings. One of them was Grzegorz Kowalski's Lenin of 1969, which also treated an official socialist motive in an unconventional way and produced highly ambivalent effect. The multiplied heads of Lenin could symbolize gemation and dissemination of his revolutionary ideas, but also evoke something evil, like Hydra heads growing back. Placed next to Kwiekulik's encyclopedia, it might have suggested that the latter produced equally ambivalent meanings. Another work was Paweł Kowalewski's 1935, a painting installation with Polish political leader Józef Piłsudski, shown between Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin. This piece might have retroactively inscribed Kwiekulik's and Kowalski's ambivalent takes on Polish-German and Polish-Russian relations in the conceptual frame of the two totalitarian regimes, which had already been on its way to becoming the dominant paradigm in the post-1989 Polish historiography and public discourse. Finally, the town of 1987-88 by the Wrocław group Luxus, a cutout paper installation which caricatured a trashy outlook of socialist urban spaces. Located vis-a-vis Kwiekulik's work, it resonated not only with its DIY cutout aesthetics, but also with another work included in the duo's presentation, Kwiekulik's Circle of 1976, which captured photographically poor material qualities of urban spaces the artist moved through on a daily basis. The resonance produced an effect of affinity and showed the work from the 70s as an important precedent for the younger artists. Polish Chic, organized in 1991, was supposed to perform a bye-bye to Polish Republic of Poland, and yet it can be also treated as a revisionary exhibition performative. In the early 1990s, a bye-bye to the 1945-1989 period in Poland meant either cutting it off with a proverbial thick line or, in a more radical fashion, delegitimizing it completely as an era of Soviet occupation and non-sovereignty of Poland. In the latter case, whatever appeared under socialism should not be counted as belonging to the tradition and essence of Polishness. The show, however, in its selection of works and Sitkowska's text in the catalogue attempted to counter this simple exclusion of the socialist period and to include certain works which conveyed their critical experience into the traditional post-romantic visual canon of Polishness. An important part of the show was the so-called Soc-room, a sketchy but interesting take on a contextual art display. It featured a TV wall with speeches of Polish Communist Party leaders and Bonarski's flea market installation with poor quality mass-produced objects. It is it was there side by side with such artifacts evocative of political and socio-economic realities that three works produced or co-produced by Kwiekulik were displayed. One was Fingi, a monument of the hack culture cult of 1979, an installation with photo documentation of Kwiekulik's potboiler works. Another was Kwiekulik's work was Art Out of the Nerves of 1975, a primed canvas with a text recounting an autobiographical but also a typical story of everyday life under socialism, an unsuccessful attempt at returning an empty bottle at a shop. It was hung side by side with October 77, a collective painting with Kwiekulik created with their son Maksymilian, Teresa Gierzyńska, Edward Dwórnik, and Dorota and Daniel Wnuk for a competition commemorating the 60th anniversary of the revolution. Even if there was some tongue-in-cheek in this unconventional treatment of the propaganda topic, the jury could not or did not want to notice it, and the work won the third prize. However, in her catalogue text, Sitkowska went as far as to claim that the piece was utterly ironic and therefore could be put on the cover of some future book album with Polish anti-socialist art. As such, the painting was confronted with a few examples of works purported to be the court art under socialism, such as Magdalena Abakanowicz's Goblin reproduction of the Życie Warszawy newspaper with the then Prime Secretary Edward Gierek. Polish chic also constructed an unexpected but striking connection as it showed a strong visual similarity of October 77 painting to works by young neo-expressionist painters such as Krzysztof Skarbek. It could also help to perform the task of legitimizing the 1970s art as setting an important precedent to the art of the following decade. Now, judging by mixed reviews of Pole, German, Russian, and mostly critical ones in the case of Polish chic, the exhibitions did not fully perform the task that they had assumed. And yet, they managed to perform a promise and a potentiality. It was taken up and effectively fulfilled in 2000 by two other exhibition performatives. The shows Polonia, Polonia and Grey in Color 1956-1970, curated by Anda Rottenberg at the Zachęta Gallery. The former celebrated the presence of the iconographic topos of Polonia in the Polish visual arts between mid-19th century and the year 2000. Kwiekulik's series of still performances, Banana and Pomegranate of 1986, ironically and critically confronting older, canonical, pathos-laden and often bombastic images reproduced time and again in school textbooks, came out convincingly as real existential allegories of a set of specific life conditions in Poland. The other exhibition, a cultural life and material history show, which enjoyed huge popularity among the audience, included a partial presentation of Kwiekulik's archive piece presentation entitled Autobiographical Aggregate. The display offered reconstructions of several types of social spaces that were typical for People's Republic of Poland in the 60s, and presentations of the most important galleries from the period. Placed among them, Kwiekulik's archive proved to have an equal importance to, for example, the famous Vauxhall Gallery, and actively supported the main argument of the show, namely that during the grey era of Polish Communist Party Władysław Gomułka, colorful cultural and artistic life developed on the fringes of the official culture. And now the second part, East Central European art history on its way to self-emancipation. A prominent part of Kwiekulik's afterlife was connected to the initiatives of Moderna Galeria and its director Zdenka Badowinac. It is, of course, difficult to overstate the institution's formative role in the self-emancipation of the field of art history of the region. There were three important steps in this process, which I'm going to discuss now, since all of them involved presenting Kwiekulik's works. These were the exhibitions Body in the East in 1998, Collection Art is 2000 plus in the year 2000, and Interrupted Histories in 2006. Sorry. A prominent part of Kwiekulik's, Body and the East was organized to expose the lack throughout the East Central Europe of common and comparative account of the region's art history. The show was supposed to form a precondition for the creating of such an account in the future. It was to this end that it brought together works by performance artists which largely remained unknown beyond their home countries, and made it possible for connections between their art to become more visible. The selection of pieces by 80 artists from the region was made with the help of consultants from each country. In the case of Poland, the consultant who proposed to include, among others, the photo documentation of Kwiekulik's activities for the head from 1978 was the then doctoral student Agata Jakubowska. The display at the premises of Moderna Galeria was certainly important. However, in terms of its performative range, duration, and effectivity, even more important was the exhibition's bilingual Slovene-English catalogue. It reached more audiences internationally, and it served, over a period of time, as a necessary reference point for further attempts at developing art history of the region. The catalogue featured Badowinac's texts, which, in addressing the problem of the West's cultural hegemony and artists playing a double game with contradictory East and West identity representations, itself performed a series of double gestures. Badowinac was focusing on the otherness of East Central European art, and yet tried not to exoticize it or folklorize it, so she repeatedly denied any essential difference between performance in East and West in terms of self-aggression or emphasis on politics. She was also against compartmentalization of the region into distinct state-national sections, and yet she also did not succumb to the temptation of identifying with Western universalism, which would entail the erasure of local differences. She asserted that the performing body was not self-sufficient, and its meaning came from its cultural, institutional, and political context. At the same time, she conceded that this context marking the body is itself something invisible and non-signified. All of this led to the fact that her textual manifesto for a radical contextualism was accompanying the exhibition display, which did not really showcase the context of the works. These contextual differences were enacted, more or less effectively, by texts in each section of the catalogue, which still divided the artists according to their home country, but the display rather disclosed visual similarities between presented items, producing the community. As part of the exhibition, Kwiekulik's activities for the head did not stick out from the multitude of depicted acts. Instead, it worked collectively with them to build a representative community of East Central European performing bodies, which were marked by their invisible and non-signified context with certain degree of crypticness or obscurity. The same work by Kwikulik was included in what has become a permanent extension of the above-mentioned show, and namely in the Art East 2000 Plus art collection. The first presentation of the collection took place in the year 2000 in a defunct former military barracks at Metelkova, which had already been assigned to Moderna Galeria as part of its future premises, but were yet to be reconstructed. The decaying material structure of the building, with layers of paint peeling off the walls, acted as a general site-specific and context-specific frame, which might have been read as connecting the collection to the political and military regimes of the past, or to the often poor material and economic conditions of experimental artistic production and distribution in the region. This time, the above-mentioned Kwikulik's work became part of another interesting visual performative. It was put in relation by means of an identical inframing and close spatial positioning with several other important performances from the 1970s by Sania Ivekovic, Karel Miller, Jan Mlcoch, Petr Stembera, and Miloš Šejn. All of this made them into a subgroup and offered them for a comparative reading. As such, the works enacted the logic of the whole collection, whose aim was, once again, to enable comparisons between art from different countries of the region, and in this way help to construct a more general definition of its art. The event of the show included two elements which were meant to expand its performative effectivity. One was the fact that it took place in parallel with the third Manifesta in Ljubljana, and from the start was designed to be visited by wider international art audiences. The other element was, once again, the catalogue. It was published the following year, only in English, on the occasion of the collections traveling to Isenburg, Austria. Yet it featured photo documentation of the original show. It stressed, time and again, the need for radically contextual approach to the art of the region. Bodanowicz recalled the critique of the modernist Universal Museum and subscribed to the emerging model of the Global Local Museum as a space for revealing different contexts of art production. The issue was also tackled in text by Piotr Piotrowski and Boris Greuß. Both scholars agreed on contextualism as a means of revealing the specificity of the art of the region, but they diverged when it came to the kind of frame to talk about the past. Piotrowski reasserted the predominance of political history based on the concept of the totalitarian, while Greuß tried to transgress it and proposed the framework of socialist modernizations. The former approach has been performed for decades now in East Central European art historiography, but the latter, Greuß, remains, especially in terms of a panoramic account of the whole region, just a promise and a potentiality. Just consider that to date, there has never been an exhibition or a book called Art and Socialist Modernization in East Central Europe after 1945. Should there ever be one, Kwikulik would certainly provide it with one of its prominent examples and arguments. And my final case study, the exhibition Interrupted Histories, took place, as I said, in 2006. It featured installation from Kwikulik's archive prepared by Zofia Kulik, which used the duo's archival materials to form a chronological narrative on the history of experimental art in Poland between the late 1960s and the late 1980s. In the show, there were a few similar practices as the art pool presentation, but it also featured works by contemporary artists which did not have much to do with artistic self-historicization. Badowinac's catalog text was an important part of the exhibition performativity due to the fact that, at the time, it could already widely circulate online. She introduced there the very important concept of artistic self-historicization, which soon gained prominence, and sketched a vision of interrupted histories. She turned the lack of a common collective grand narrative of East Central European art into a virtue and a plurality of small, incohesive parallel histories created by self-archiving unofficial artists became a new model she strongly advocated, even for professional art history practices. Kwiekulik's archive, along with that of Artpool, provided her with decisive, exemplary arguments to support her ideas. While the presentations of both archives remained limited to their respective home country histories, it was Irving's East Art Map which outlined a structure for their possible relationship as it traced actual transnational contacts, connections, and cooperation between artists from different countries of the region. The exhibition itself pursued in this direction by bringing together artists from East Central Europe and Middle East, which suggested a possible transnational or transregional of peripheries. The three discussed shows at Moderna Galleria jointly articulated the three C's of East Central European art history to date: contextualism, comparativism, and connectivism. The tracing of Kwiekulik's afterlife in these shows and the ones that I was talking about at the beginning, the ones in Poland, may prompt us to ask two questions, which I'm putting here in lieu of a conclusion. So, what type of context should we use as a general framework for art histories of our region, and how to showcase such contexts in exhibitions which feature art practices? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now let me invite next speakers, Dora Hegyi and Zsuzsa László. Dora Hegyi is director of the Hungarian Transit in Budapest. She co-edited and co-curated numerous projects, including Manifesta 8 in Murcia, Spain in 2010, Parallel Chronologies, or Creativity Exercises, Emancipatory Pedagogies in Art and Beyond in Leipzig, Budapest, and Warsaw. Zsuzsa László is a researcher at the Artpod Art Research Center in Budapest and also one of the leading figures of the Resonances project, which includes this conference. Projects she has recently co-curated, co-authored, and co-edited explore transnational exhibition histories, cultural transfers, and other topics related to the Cold War Eastern Europe, including what will be already exists, temporalities of Cold War archives in East Central Europe and beyond, or parallel chronologies, the reflection of which will be discussed in the following presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here and look back to this project, which seems to be very historical today compared to the other researches we heard about. It seems like one of the predecessors of exhibition history researchers in the Central East European region. We started this project at Transit HU in 2009 together with Zsuzsa, and it was one of our first research projects, which led to other researches during the last 1.5 decades. Our aim with this project was to study innovative artistic activities that redefined the concept of the exhibition and its political potential in the 1960s and 70s. At the same time, our aim was also to study the exhibition as a distinct cultural phenomenon and genre during the state socialist period in the Central and Eastern European region. I'm going to lead you briefly through the concept of the project and its main phases in the form of exhibitions and an online archive of chronologies, which you see here on the slide. Yes, this is the starting page of the website now, which received a new design in the COVID year 2020-21. Yeah, you can go on. We aim to break with the practice of either ignoring or exoticizing this field, the history of exhibitions, and wanted to highlight the multi-layered connections between professional relations, exhibitions, events, and site of arts, rather than simply exhibit works of art from the period.
We use chronologies as starting points to collect and study relevant exhibitions, as they play a crucial role in making seemingly marginal events part of historical narratives and canons. This is particularly true of those events in Eastern European art scenes that took place in the so-called second public sphere in the 1960s and 70s, as well as in the gray zones of state-run institutions, culture houses, university clubs, or other haphazard venues. We wanted to know what forms of publicity were granted to the progressive artistic expressions by the political and social conditions of the period, and how these were connected to international processes and trends. For the first Parallel Chronologies exhibition in 2009, we aimed to collect and compare all chronologies ever published in Hungary of the art events in the period. The main principle for selecting relevant events was to see what made certain events important in their own time and made them become the subject of anecdotes and legends, while others were forgotten or only became significant later. I'm showing Dora Mauer's illustrated chronology of the Hungarian avant-garde compiled for the catalogue of the 1980 exhibition Künstler aus Ungarn in Wilhelmshaven, which served as the basis of most of the published chronologies of the period. Maurer followed and recorded the events as a contemporary, and as it was common at the time, she as an artist also undertook the role of an art historian. The first public phase of the research was presented in the form of an international symposium and a documentary exhibition, The Invisible History of Exhibitions, which is also an interesting title, looking back from today, in Budapest in 2009, itself a result of an international collaboration with Serbian, Croatian, and Polish partners. Already here, the comparative approach became an important consideration. The exhibition featured two archives from the region dedicated to the neo-avant-garde period. The Prelom Collective collected some important events of the SÖKÖCE, the Students' Cultural Center in Belgrade, while the Kuda.org Media Center collected the most important documents of the neo-avant-garde in Novi Sad. The third part of the exhibition presented a possible chronology of progressive events in Hungary. We selected 10 events, starting with 1966, the first Hungarian happening by Tamás Szentjób and Gábor Artolari, which took place in a cellar, and ending the chronology of events with 1977, the nude exhibition at the Club of Young Artists by Orsi Dostik. The mainly original documents came from Artpool and the personal archives of artists and art historians, and were documents, photos, and videos. The project was shown in two further exhibitions at the Badischer Kunstverein in 2010 in Karlsruhe, where we invited artist Tamás Kaszás to do a display, which helped us to arrange the documents in a more structured way, but at the same time showed the working process character of the presentation. I think also the next slide shows it, yes. And later, we continued the research in international collaboration. Between 2010 and 12, we collaborated with the three Baltic countries and the Polish institution, and made a common presentation in the Riga art space, where we again exhibited the Hungarian documents together with the other countries' documents. And here we chose the format of presenting our chronology as posters, which then were assembled as a newspaper. So this time we already published our chronologies as a publication, and also the text we wrote to it. The online archive was launched in 2012 and has been continuously expanded since then. This was the first design. It currently contains 13 chronologies, which were compiled by curators working on the history of the ex-Yugoslav, Polish, Hungarian, Czech, Slovak, Romanian, and various former Soviet art scenes. We asked the invited authors to compile a list of events focusing on a topic or period which is relevant from the point of view of their research, and we asked them to write a guide through this virtual exhibition which connects the events and explains their context. It's actually Zsuzsa who is the editor of this, enthusiastic and enduring editor of this archive since 10 years. The 102 events, what is the next slide? Oh, okay. Maybe you can go to the current, yes. The 102 entries uploaded so far can be sorted and browsed by author, date, location, and participants. The authors and editors assign thematic keywords to the entries, which not only relate the events to art historical concepts, but also explicitly seek to apply the criteria of exhibition history as a discipline on its own right. Now we can go back to 2 more examples where we also, after the archive was started, we still play with it or exhibit it also as part of exhibitions. This was the example when the Transit.org collective organized institutional presentation at the new museum, where also our archives and researches were presented. Here we exhibited a narrated video, and the last exhibition was here in Prague, when we were the Imagining Conceptual Art exhibition, where we were looking at the internationality of conceptual art, building on the result of research into the exhibition history. And it was actually on this occasion that Pavlina Morganova compiled the Czech chronology, which you can see there. And to conclude my part, it is an important learning from this project that the different cultural contexts which are part of the archive have to be considered in their own time frames as histories. So the invitation that everybody compiles a chronology as we imagined must be differentiated. And the differences between the present national borders and the cultural map of the period under study, which is the end of the Second World War and the regime changes of the 1980s and 90s, requires interpretation. On the one hand, the socialist states of the period limited the autonomy of many national and ethnic cultural identities, and the cultural hegemonies thus established a need to be revised retrospectively. And often the struggle for the autonomy and the legitimacy of the art scene to be presented is still ongoing. And Zsuzsa will show you some.
Sorry. Yes. As we publish more and more chronologies, the need to find connections between them emerged, especially because we had to realize that the mission to cover the whole region with parallel chronologies requires much greater capacities than what we had. So the additive method had to be rethought. In addition to keywords assigned to each event, the opportunity to present the project at an exhibition in Transit SK in Bratislava provided an occasion to identify structural connections between parallel chronologies. The exhibition Sitting Together explored 3 themes: international artist meetings, attempts at self-historicization, and the especially East European connections between neo-avant-garde artists and popular as well as art education. Since the online archive was built on predefined structure, the systematic dissimilarities and asynchronities between different East European art scenes also posed a challenge. For instance, the Polish and the GDR case, however different their cultural and political premises were, the history of small artist-run galleries in different cities seemed to have a specific importance difficult to tease apart into chronologies. While the events documented in the archive were dominantly realized outside or on the margins of the so-called official art scenes, it was clear that the elasticity and coordinates between these spheres were contingent on different circumstances at different times and places. Parallel cultures emerged in the dialogical relationships with the mainstream, and failing to understand the modus operandi of the state-governed sphere would severely narrow the interpretation field of the other side. During the more than 10 years running this project, we had to find ways to accommodate different answers to such dilemmas. I put on the slide. Main narrative focus on the description of adventurous maneuvers to outwit repressive authorities instead of the evaluation of the very artistic propositions. Or compiling a chronology, do we also make value judgments and participate in the process of canonization? Or does it affect the relevance of an event for an exhibition, for exhibition histories if it presented progressive or mediocre art? It was a crucial principle from the beginning to look at art events from more angles, a horizontal, synchronous one, reconstructing the complex moment of their realization, and from a longitudinal axis, placing them within a chain of events, causes, and effects, and processes of historicization. Tracing the origins and afterlife of underground events, we learned that often within some years or a decade, or when translocated to another city or country, the very same artistic practices could travel back and forth between the first and second public sphere. As it was already revealed by Mahuela Neshlahova and following her, among others, Piotr Piotrowski, the early 60s exhibitions titled Confrontations in Prague, Warsaw, and Bratislava, with some not yet researched embranchments to Budapest artists and events, show remarkable coalescences between national and local event histories. The first events of this series are part of Pavlina Morganova's chronology. Organized first in an attic room and then in a basement studio in Prague in the spring and autumn of 1960, the scarcely documented exhibitions brought together the then young representatives of the Czech informal. In the meanwhile, on the occasion of OIKA Congress in Warsaw, an exhibition titled the same in Polish opened in Galeria Krzywie Kolo in Warsaw to present parallel tendencies of Polish post-war modernism, but in this case providing them with international publicity. The Czech artist Eduard Ovčáček, who studied in Bratislava, visited the Prague confrontations and also got in contact with the leader of Krzywie Kolo, Marian Bogus, and initiated yearly confrontation exhibitions in Bratislava between 1971 and 1961 and 64, first in studios, then in marginal but public galleries. These survived not only local informal, but structural abstraction and early versions of pop art. In the following years, Krzywie Kolo organized a series of international exhibitions titled Argumenti, which also involved Czech and Slovak artists, as well as the Hungarian abstract painter and sculptor, former member of the post-war European school, Tihamir Gyarmati. The local network formed through these events and the plenaires, also organized by Bogus and in Osieki and Bloc, resulted in several smaller case exhibitionary exchanges in Czechoslovakia, Budapest, and in more cities in Poland in the first half of the 1960s. The chronologies of art events in Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary did not include this cross-border revival of post-war modernism in their scope, since they rather focused on the evolution of new avant-garde exhibition that brought a radical turn in exhibition making and curating. However, in the Czech case, there's a unique link between the two threads of history, since Vladimir Budnik, a protagonist of confrontations exhibitions, was a forerunner of street actions and happenings. Lajos Kassák, an internationally renowned member of pre-war avant-garde, was also rediscovered by this post-war regional network, and thus during the 50s and 60s he participated in more distinguished exhibitions abroad, including Bloc in Poland, as well as Bratislava and Prague, then in Hungary, where he was only canonized as a writer. We included in our chronology his last retrospective in his lifetime as an emblematic example of the peculiar institution of self-financed exhibitions. The cultural policymakers, in the spirit of liberalization, connected to new economic mechanism, aside a small informed first floor gallery space, Adolf Fényes Hall, to all those exhibitions that did not seem worthy enough for state support but could still be tolerated. To pay for his own exhibition was a humiliating experience for Kassák. On the other hand, thousands went to see his works, and his exhibition made the venue popular among the so-called iparterv artists, most of whom had two-person exhibitions there from the late 60s. In the joint exhibition of István Nadler and György Jovanovics in 70, Jovanovics' environment reflected on the distinctive shape of the hall. It was coupled with an action for the opening, a recording of a half-actual, half-augmented daily news was played, in which the official radio announcers give a painstakingly detailed account of the works on view, as if the exhibition happened in a much more prominent institution. 15 years later, János Sugár, a former member of Indigo Group, when he got the opportunity to make a film at Béla Balázs studio, borrowed the hall as a venue for shooting, only to use this occasion for installing his fictitious exhibition there, which, according to the concept of the film, was a kind of time capsule message for the future. The comparative study of neo-avant-garde art events brought the embarrassing realization that women artists and curators were often more supported by state-organized contexts than in the circles of parallel culture. In this respect, transnational events played a crucial role in facilitating more reflected cultural curatorial policies. Here I just want to show an intriguing crosstalk between events in Gdansk, Toronto, Budapest, and Belgrade. As it was discussed in the previous Budapest chapter of Resonances by Margarota Michniakovic, Anna Kutera's 75 Prezentácia was a performance with the participation of 5 male artists who were called to the stage to sit next to the artist for a few minutes. The event was featured by Eva Tatar's chronology, focusing on events organized by women artists in Poland. The event was part of the Dance Student Festival, which similarly as planners was organized in the spirit of socialist internationalism, but also allowed young art students to invite progressive artists from all over the world. Thus, among Kutera's fellow students and artists from Wrocław, Nils Lomholt from Denmark, Goran Tribujak from Zagreb, were also Kutera's partners in the performance, in addition to a not yet identified artist from Prague and Budapest. Kutera was member of the group around recent art gallery in Wrocław and the contextual art movement around Jan Świdwinski, both dominated by male artists. Her performance was much appreciated by the foreign guests. Thus, she and Świdwinski received a chain of invitations to cut it short. 1 year later, Kutera found herself discussing anti-capitalist contextual art and the position of women artists in socialist countries in Toronto with Sarah Chasvers and Joseph Kossuth from New York Fox magazine and other local socialist, Marxists, and feminists. The latter were skeptical about the achievement of the institutionalized women's movement, but Kutera claimed proudly that she did not experience any repression in Poland. At the same time, learning about different views and tendencies of feminism changed her perspective too. The 78th conference, Comrade Women, organized by Belgrade Student Center and discussed by Jelena Vesic's chronology, could also facilitate a mutual critical dialogue between socialist women's movement and Western feminist activism. The conference was accompanied by exhibitions and film screenings and was attended by guests from both sides of the Iron Curtain. One of the accompanying exhibitions, a participatory project by Gorenka Matic and Nabojša Čankarović, consisted of photos of women, including themselves and the conference organizers, displayed along their answers to questions exposing gaps between women's desires and actual possibilities in a society where they were nominally regarded equal. New wave feminism was reflected only a few events in Hungary, art events, from the second half of the 70s. We included one such example in our chronology, Orsi Drozdik's 77 nude model. It was a performance exhibition criticizing the gendered assumptions of subject-object relations in academic art education. The exhibition at the Young Artists Club comprised a space where entry was prevented by a rope barrier, sometimes by a gauze curtain, with the artist inside drawing another woman. Similarly, as Kutera, Drozdik took the lead and invited 5 male artists and the art historian László Beke to open her exhibition day by day and to endure to be utilized in a situation cooked up by a woman. Throughout the project, we wanted to emphasize that exhibitions are collective endeavors, contingent on various power relations, kind of compromises between all actors involved, but also have a strong critical potential. The chronology of Ivana Bago focused on the critique of exhibition understood as a spectacle, which was most robust in the case of Želimir Koščević, the director of Zagreb Student Gallery, when he exhibited the mail art section of the 71 Prague Biennial as an unopened parcel. Dialectics of hiding gained new implications in the 1980 event Shroud by Mamu Group in the chronology authored by Alina Sherban. The group of artists active in Tegru Mures, members of Hungarian minority there, created a performative environment that covered but also connected the participants. It could be interpreted as a reflection on their underground status or a means to eliminate the visibility and bodily presence of the participants, but also as a gesture to form a community and to materialize the empty, invisible space between the particles of an art event. And instead of conclusion, I just would like to show some remarkably similar parallels which happened in Budapest and in Warsaw as a possible way to find connections between various art events of the region. So thanks a lot.
Thank you for your presentation. And now it's time for our third speaker and a keynote lecture. Gabriela, please join us here. Gabriela Switek is a professor and head of art theory at the Institute of Art History, University of Warsaw. A significant part of her rich research activities is closely related to the themes of our conference. She was both initiator and editor of the series Zachęta's Archive on exhibition histories. 6 volumes were published in the years 2014 to 2021. Moreover, she oversaw the research project The History of Exhibitions in Zachęta Central Bureau for Art Exhibitions 1949 to 1970. Her current research includes cooperation of the Socialist Exhibition Cultures Project and completion of a book on exhibition exchanges organized by the Warsaw Central Bureau for Art Exhibitions. We are very much looking forward to her today's keynote lecture entitled Visual Time and the Geography of Art Exhibition Histories Revisited, in which she is going to pose questions on right time and place and other important issues regarding the time and global art geopolitics in exhibition histories.
Thank you for organizing this great event. I'm very happy to be here with you. I prefer to be seated. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, now it's on. Okay. So, Visual Time alludes to Kit Moxey's book Visual Time, The Image in History. I suggest a substitution of his concept of image with a notion of exhibition. So the visual time of art exhibitions is my concern. Moxey addresses an argument that, I quote, historical time is not universal but heterochronic, that time does not move at the same speed in different places. And of course, he's not the only one who kind of addresses this kind of concepts. He refers to Rancière, Didier Huberman, or even Reinhard Koselleck. But his heterochronicity also addresses the problem of cultural backwardness or belatedness. And these notions are related to the linear time of colonial modernity, so often discussed and questioned in the contemporary histories of Central and Eastern or Central European art. So the argument about the heterochronic time provokes a question posed by Moxey. What are the prospects for a global art history in circumstances that recognize the incommensurability of different national and cultural traditions? So to tackle some of Moxey's complex issues, I have chosen a bit provocative example, but also a simple case study. But I'm not an expert on Japanese art, that's why it's provocative. Shiko Munakata's exhibition presented at the Central Bureau of Art Exhibitions in Warsaw in 1961. In many aspects of the exhibition's visual time, the Warsaw show was not belated. The exhibition fell within the time when Munakata had just gained international recognition. In 1955, he received the top award for prints at the third Sao Paulo Biennale. In 1956, he was the first Japanese artist to receive the Grand Prix for printmaking and the 28th Venice Biennale. In 1958, Munakata took part in an exhibition of contemporary Japanese painting financed by the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the National Museum of Modern Art in Tokyo. And the exhibition featured 40 Japanese artists of Japanese and Western style painting, opened in Rome in 1958 and traveled to 11 cities in 6 countries, including Germany, France, Yugoslavia, Egypt, and Iran. In January 1959, Munakata traveled to New York at the invitation of the Rockefeller Foundation and the Japan Society. In New York, he opened Munakata Shiko Gallery, devoted exclusively to his art. In 1960, the Cleveland Museum of Art presented 90 works by Munakata, and the show traveled to Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. And during his American trip, Munakata gave lectures and workshops on woodblock printing. The Warsaw exhibition was the first show of contemporary Japanese art at the Central Bureau, because in the 1950s, art from Asia was shown at the exhibitions from China, Vietnam, and Korea, but not from Japan. And you see here the art from Vietnam, and usually there were 2 sections, the traditional, so-called traditional folk art, and the contemporary art, in this case, social realistic. So Munakata's exhibition in Warsaw was part of the post-war renewal of official relations between Poland and Japan. A treaty to restore relations between Poland and Japan was signed in 1957. In 1958, the Embassy of Japan returned to Warsaw. So the outline chronology, including the dates significant to the history of cultural diplomacy, enables us to situate Munakata's exhibition in a specific kind of political and historical context. But this context constitutes only a surface of a much deeper phenomenon, the exhibition's visual time and its varied tempos and rhythms as manifest in various parts of the world. In the 1960s catalogue, published in Cleveland, 2 prints were placed on the same page, like Hunting in Flowering Wilderness of 1954 and Lotus Among Reeds. And a fragment of Hunting, exhibited earlier in Sao Paulo and Venice, was reproduced on the Warsaw catalogue cover, while an element of Lotus Among Reeds appeared on the Cleveland publication. So you have this kind of moment in time when 2 images are placed in the same place on the same page, and suddenly those 2 stories diverge. But another series of Munakata prints shown almost simultaneously in many distant locations was entitled Great Disciples of Buddha. And as Sherman Lee notes in the Cleveland catalogue, 10 great disciples have immediate impact in their bold black and white patterns, although the subject matter is unknown to most non-Japanese. The series was first displayed in 1939 at the Munakata's exhibition in Japan. In the 1950s, the 10 great disciples were shown in Lugano, Sao Paulo, and Venice. They were recently bought by the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Munakata's prints, with their iconography unfamiliar to most non-Japanese, circulated through his exhibitions on 5 continents: in Asia, Europe, on both sides of the Iron Curtain, Africa, if we still include Egypt in Africa, South and North Americas. But could the global dissemination of Munakata's prints contribute to the formation of a global art history? So to answer this question, we should reach not only for visual, but also for the textual historical sources. So let us compare, for instance, the reception of Munakata's works in the US and Poland between the same period of time, 1959-1961. Were the historical horizons of this reception radically different in 2 distant places? Or rather, what made them different, given the fact that Munakata's exhibition included almost the same sets of artworks. In the Cleveland catalog, Sherman Lee recalls the last traditional Japanese art to reach the West, that was the woodblock print ukiyo-e, as practiced by artists such as Utamaro and Hiroshige. It is not, however, the tradition that Munakata was following. His Japanese and Eastern heritage is a complex one. It includes, for example, the intuitive Zen sect of Buddhism. Munakata often commented on his Zen values and emphasized the spontaneity of his work. So he found his Zen inspiration in the 12th century in Butsu. It means stamped Buddha. Buddhist prints were made for various sects. He collected them throughout his life. And these images date to the birth of woodblock medium. Each in Butsu was a devotional practice because it's a meditative practice of repetition. Munakata's other source was caricature-like folk painting of 18th century Japan called Otsue, pictures from Otsu, a village near Kyoto. They were collected at the Folk Art Museum in Tokyo by Yanagi Soetsu, also known as Muneyoshi, a founder of the Japanese folk craft movement. Munakata's Western connections are equally manifold. As Sherman Lee notes in 1960, Munakata began as a Western-style painter and printmaker. His oils show knowledge of Van Gogh and the German Expressionists. And actually, there is an anecdote that in 1921, Munakata aspired to become an oil painting after seeing a Van Gogh sunflower painting on a magazine cover. But actually, he was a reader of a Japanese literary and art magazine, White Birch, which featured the works of Cézanne, Matisse, Gauguin, and Van Gogh. But in 1959, during his travel to Europe, not only to the US, Munakata even visited Van Gogh's grave in Auvers-sur-Oise. But what we see in the catalog, Polish catalog, at the 1955 first Documenta in Kassel, the German Expressionists, together with other German avant-garde artists, were reintroduced to the art world for the first time since the Degenerate Art Show in Munich in 1937. As Sherman Lee argued, Munakata's visual interpretations of Buddhist, Japanese, and European sources are, I quote, not unlike that of the German Expressionist printmakers who made telling studies of late medieval German woodblock prints, the end of quote. So, according to American art critics, Munakata's reception in the US fell within the so-called second wave of Japanese influence upon modern Western art. So the first wave had come primarily through the post-impressionist rediscovery of the woodblock print, but the second wave, as Arthur Danto argued, came to the concepts of Zen. So coinciding with an obsession with creative action, the Zen concept seemed to be embodied, and I quote Danto, in the intricate fluid skeins of Pollock or the para-calligraphic architectures of Franz Klein. And Danto recalls that in the 1950s New York, delegates from the downtown outward made weekly pilgrimages to Dr. Suzuki's seminar on Zen, held at Columbia University. So the second wave also encompassed the Japanese Gutai groups, as Hal Foster calls them, creative misreadings of Pollock. But actually in 1958, the Gutai exhibition was held at the Martha Jackson Gallery in New York, curated nota bene by Michel Tapier, an ardent agent of fascism. So in his essay, on Munakata, Danto does not mention the Gutai performances. Still, he's impressed by Munakata's process of carving woodblocks, as documented in a film he saw about Japanese masters. I quote, "The film showed him at work, an intense man with huge glasses, bending over a woodblock so close one felt that he was feeling it with his eyes, cutting away with an incredible sureness and speed." In 1961, some Polish art critics admitted that they did not know Japanese art well enough to comment on Munakata. Their main source was a small catalogue of the Warsaw exhibition. It included the reproductions of 9 woodcuts a one-page essay by Yanagi Muneyoshi, whom I just mentioned. Muneyoshi, a founder of the Japanese folk art movement, presented Munakata as a naive folk artist, and it's a very good label in Poland at that time, who creates instinctively and spontaneously. As we read here, Munakata lives as children do. He prefers to be guided by his instincts rather than by artistic rules. He hardly ever makes preparatory sketches for his woodcuts. He sculpts directly in the wood. So the Japanese art critic mentions two traditions of Japanese woodblock prints, ukiyo-e, as we know, and the old Buddhist. But he does not further explain the specificity of the latter as a main source for Munakata's prints. Polish critics were, of course, more competent in discussing the Western aspects of Munakata's art rather than his complex Japanese heritage. And Andrzej Osenka writes, for example, do you recall good Father Tanguy, a Van Gogh painted him with Japanese prints? Do you recall the Manga Jasiński collection? His collection now at the National Museum in Krakow is the largest collection of Japanese art in Poland, and he was known as a Japanese in Galicia. So, however, in the Polish press, as in American reviews, we also find mentions of the second wave of Japanese impact on Western art. Osenka continues, for example, it is no coincidence that Japanese and Chinese painters are so fashionable in Paris now. It is no coincidence that there is so much talk in Paris about the philosophy of Zen, about the beauty of calligraphy. And this comment betrays a specificity of the Central European perspective. Paris, not New York, is considered a center where one can observe Zen's philosophy most significant post-war impact. In the late 1950s, Polish artists traveled, if at all, to Paris rather than to New York. So, as Polish critics argue, the second wave of Japanese influence on European art was manifested both in Paris and Venice, when in three subsequent editions, 1956, 1958, and 1960, the Japanese pavilion became the center of attention. And here you see one of the pictures from the 1960s Japanese pavilion. So the reason for this interest, as explained in the Polish press, was that, and this is interesting, that the Western European and North American contemporary art is in crisis, the end of quote. So young Japanese art is characterized by a spontaneous modernity that can bring life to Western art's routine. So in this Paris-Venice modern art geography, Munakata's prints were discussed in Warsaw. And slowly to conclude, I will read you this fragment from the audience survey in 1961. Shiko Munakata is too modern for me. I like him more when he draws directly from Japanese or Indian potters, while Mexican Picasso fantasies appeal to me less. An outstanding exhibition designed by Zamecznik. Bravo. I'm quoting, so this is the opinion, and this is a very important and tricky source because it was not published and not censored, unlike the press reviews. So Mexican Picasso fantasies probably allude to the exhibitions of Mexican art circulating behind the Iron Curtain in the 1950s. In 1955, for example, the exhibition of Mexican art, including the graphic art from the 16th to 20th century, was shown in Warsaw. Picasso's popularity in the Eastern Bloc requires probably no explanation, but let me give you just one intriguing example of Japanese art's presence in communist Poland that, in a way, merges with Picasso's visual time. In 1955, at the International Young Art Exhibition, part of the 5th World Festival of Youth and Students in Warsaw, the special prize for peace went to Atom Bomb, a painting by a Japanese woman artist, Saori Akutagawa. The jury's decision was affected by the theme, or by the iconography that corresponded to the 10th anniversary of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And the Polish press frequently reproduced atom bomb, but the public learned nothing more about modern Japanese art. Even the name of the artist was often misspelled. Both viewers, to conclude, and critics appreciate the design by Stanisław Zamecznik, an architect who often collaborated with the Central Bureau. He was, for example, a designer of the Warsaw edition of The Family of Man, a celebrated American exhibition traveling globally. At Zachęta, he designed, for instance, Henry Moore's exhibition held in 1959. Munakata woodcuts were placed on screens set in fields filled with stones. Zamecznik decorated the exhibition with tree limbs suspended in space. So a Polish critic wrote that they look like both Japanese and Art Nouveau. So many reviewers discussed Zamecznik's project rather than Munakata's Japanese art. At the same time, nobody associated the kind of Japaneseness of Zamecznik's design with dry Zen gardens made of gravel, sand, and stones. As was noted in one of the reviews, it is a little Japanese garden known from a flower shop's windows, enlarged to the size of 2 exhibition halls. Probably somebody had a kind of vision of bonsai in mind. But today, this remark may sound, I'm not ridiculing this thing, because today this remark might sound like an example of European kind of orientalizing the Orient. But in 1961 Poland, an idea of a Japanese garden did not derive from direct experience. Moreover, there were no university seminars on Zen in Warsaw. So I'm concluding, maybe, and we keep this image. What are the prospects for a global art history in circumstances that recognize the incommensurability of different national and cultural traditions? So following Max's dilemma, as quoted at the beginning of my talk, my aim has not been to outline the history of Polish-Japanese cultural diplomacy. My intention, and let it be open kind of conclusion of my talk, is to pose questions about visual time and global art geopolitics in exhibition histories. And the questions are such: what are the prospects for global exhibition histories when the exhibition is a visual constellation of artworks, each creating its own time? In what ways can contemporary exhibitions of the past be revisited today? Because, and I'm differentiating between the notion of revisiting and reconstructing, because reconstructing is to create a mock-up of architectural mock-up as we've seen it today, but to revisit is to think, trying to reconstruct the whole kind of the state of the visual culture at that time. And could official international exhibitions presented in the Eastern Bloc contribute to to an understanding of global art and its histories? And finally, what do we want as researchers and viewers from exhibitions? Do we expect them to be genuine and long-lasting merging of visual cultures? If so, we might be disappointed. Or perhaps we should ask, what do exhibitions want from us? Recalling the famous question. They come as temporary, elusive visual situations, but endowed with a power to shift the horizons of perception and our understanding of cultures. Thank you.
So much. And now let me invite all the 3 speakers for the final discussion of today's program. Does it work? Yeah. So, please, are there any questions or comments for those four panelists? Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you for this amazing panel. It was really inspiring. I have many things in mind. On one hand, I feel certain nostalgia for these projects like Body and the East and Fluxus East and all this, but and of course parallel chronologies, like amazing project, which in a way I think somehow we try to solve what Gabriela was talking about by sort of closing ourselves either in national brackets or into this sort of regional comparison, comfy zone, and so my question is to basically to all of you, like, what do you think, what shall we do now? Like how to overcome it? It's obvious that there's really no more time for these like Body and the East projects, and what Gabriela proposed by this amazing case study, I cannot imagine like doing it in a larger scope, like it's so in depth. So it's kind of an open question, like what do you think we should do now? Like where to go?
For us, when we are looking on this archive, we see that it creates new problems, and we cannot solve them because borders still change. We cannot include everybody. We cannot convince certain contexts to join. I mean, we really tried with each country, but what is each country and how can we convince everybody? How can we do that? So we see that this regional question is also unsolvable somehow, that we are always, so you can ask where is the Ukrainian chronology, and we have an answer to this because we are planning it for years and we maybe have somebody now, but we also wanted to conclude this project at a point because it's what is also a problem that some are written in 2009, some chronologies, and others are written 10 years later. So it's very difficult. It's not a book which is finished, but in an online archive, you face this 15 years, which can create a lot of controversies, I think.
I just wanted to add that last night we were discussing if it was colonial for our Hungarians to think that we can do it. to cover whatever we consider, as you said in the morning, that everyone thinks that we are in the heart of something. And then we can, scan through and we can do it. And now I'm also much more skeptical about it, and that's why it's difficult, because that has its gaps. But my own solution as a researcher is to look at international art events or transnational transfers, whatever, because these are more organic than like picking up two things and compare them. Because when they appear or occur together, then it's already part of the history, it's not made up. And then you can see what they did with each other in that situation, either when they come together in an exhibition from like different geographical positions, or when they come together from different times. And for me, it could be a solution, but not within this project. And I think projects and exhibitions should be allowed to have their own times and have their own limitations, so we can allow them to be limited to the scope and perspective what the originators had when they were born. So I have this feeling with our project, and of course new projects and new texts can have new solutions, But I was also thinking in the morning, if exhibition history is a discipline which has its own life cycle, I just, one more moment, that I started to think about exhibitions in 2005, and I heard of a curator, Lydia Paldi, that it's possible that curators don't need to do exhibitions. And I was astonished and shocked, why not? And this is how I started to be interested in this. And yeah, it's question, do we need to do exhibition history forever, or is it a phase?
Add one sentence, because I was asking Daniel, Luisa, and Alina's project, because I think there is a surplus in this kind of transnational research when the research is so close, because in our case we were approaching these scholars often after a project. I mean, the best chronologies are actually where we had this close collaboration in bigger projects, where we really worked together for 2-3 years, and we understood each other's intention better. And this is what I see now in this collaboration which you presented today. But still, my question is, what will be the result? Will it be more materials, more richer materials, or will you be able to bring new aspects to exhibition history research?
Yeah, I know. I do apologize for my provocation today, because I'm not really an expert in Japanese art. But so my way of kind of presenting this material comes from a very kind of simple source, because there is a kind of list of exhibitions or chronology so these are official exhibitions organized by the biggest state gallery in Poland until this moment of transformation. So I would say that it's not problematic, because the list of exhibitions is kind of limited. But still they are like, yeah, but they are still like within the period of 1949 and 1989, so within the period of 40 years, there are at least like 400 exhibitions organized in situ in Warsaw, but the Central Bureau of Art Exhibitions was the really kind of centralized office, because we think of it as a gallery, but we have to remember that there was no there was no such a position as curator until the mid-70s. So art historians, of course, were employed, but they were mostly kind of focused on doing paperwork. Because the Central Bureau organized 20 exhibitions per year in the exhibition hall, but they were responsible for kind of realizing so-called central plan of exhibition. So all this kind of international exchange. So this is on one hand, I have a very kind of limited list of exhibitions, but it kind of amounts up to hundreds. But on the other hand, there is this problem with the visual material, what you were kind of touching on. And this is a problem, because my provocation came also from the fact that I saw these images of Zamecznik's exhibition design. And this is a very rare situation when we have such a complete visual material. If I'm talking about visual time, I really kind of insist on trying hard to really revisit the exhibition as much as possible. So that's why I was really kind of impressed by the way, and I understand the Pavlina's and your team dilemmas about which exhibition to choose. Usually we also choose these exhibitions that actually we can tell something about the way they look. And this problem of visual time, I'm influenced a bit by Moxie, but actually my kind of methodological background kind of merges kind of post-structuralist ideas of time and with the notion of horizon actually coming from the phenomenology. And the horizon is never a line. It's not only kind of vertical and horizontal. And I'm not arguing here with Piotr Piotrowski, but to me is this kind of the way you kind of perceive that the horizon is always moving and we are always in a situation. So my attempt is to try to kind of revisit as much as we can this kind of situation, but it's not that I'm placing myself in a situation of a 1960s viewer, but because we have different perceptions. And today, I think that in a way, all this kind of materials about the American reception on Munukata, come on, I mean, I didn't travel recently to New York. I mean, this is all the material now available online. So that's another, there is our archive that is not actually online, and there is another kind of different kind of availability of the materials.
I'm sure that most of you are well versed in initiatives of Moderna Galleria, and so this was not new for you, but probably the same is not the case with the early or the exhibitions from the turn of the 80s and 90s. Also the two exhibitions from the year 2000 in Zachęta. I'm sure this was some new material for you, and two of them involved this kind of contextualized display. Yes, so not only what we consider to be artworks, but also some kind of cultural or social artifacts were presented side by side with artworks. So this was pretty interesting to find something like that already at the turn of the 80s and 90s and in the year 2000. The 2000 Grain Color exhibition was a huge success. There were like tens of thousands of people coming to the exhibition, and there was even a milk bar in which you could have typical socialist food, stuff like that. So there was a kind of ludic, performative aspect to the exhibition, okay? And then I went to study to revisit the Moderna Galleria series of exhibitions, and it was, of course, very interesting. But what I found out was that the context was treated there as something, as Zdenka put it, invisible and non-signified, okay? So in a way, it was non-existent in this way. So I'm just wondering how to revisit the question of contextual exhibitions, how to maybe using this connectivist approach, because this is what I also advocate. These three C's that I named, this contextualism, comparativism, and connectivism. This is the kind of field in which we have been moving for some time, and we are at the stage of connectivism very much, I believe. Yes, all those contacts, transfer, etc. This is this connectivism. So I would really like to see a kind of regional connectivist cultural, social exhibition of a kind, and this could give us a wider perspective. Okay, so it should be a transnational, multi-governmental, whatever project, but maybe we should start with smaller things, yes? And as far as I know, there are only very few such socialist, modernist projects already done. Like there is Zagreb, the former Yugoslavia, a socialist modernization project. There is not like a panoramic project of the kind for Poland. There are like fragments from different decades, but not a project that would cover the whole socialist period. And there have been articles on different other countries of the region also dealing with this kind of socialist modernizations. But I think this is still a model to be taken up and developed. So that would be my answer. And yes, Lucy today talked about art contexts, okay, that she is interested in. I named artistic culture rather than art. So probably this is one way, okay? Maybe there is one thing coming from the so-called Western model that we have not really freed ourselves from. This is, the focus on the work, on the artwork. Okay, maybe we should just transgress this model and not talk about art, but art in the context of social and cultural artifacts or mechanisms. And at the end of my text, I purposefully fully. Yeah, I did it on the purpose. I was not talking about art exhibitions, but exhibitions that would feature artworks. Okay, so maybe we should start to think or to revisit the idea of thinking about something wider, not just art.
It's a question for Gabriella. I'm struggling to understand a question that you raised 4 times throughout your talk, namely, what are the prospects for a global art history? Now, on the one hand, you're interested in situatedness, temporariness, elusiveness, and on the other, you asked this question with 4 iterations, what are the prospects for a global art history? But the term global goes unexplained. I haven't heard you say anything about this term global. So my question to you is, what do you want from the term global or from the concept of global art history?
The reason I'm referring to this global concept, actually, that was the question posed by Moxie. So to me, it was a kind of point of departure to actually to kind of test the ground. how actually can we think about this kind of question of a global art history when we kind of come really down to the kind of really case studies. So the other thing is that I was thinking about Piotrowski and his last unfinished book. And I was inspired by one sentence that actually he was writing about festivals of youth and students and the exhibitions organized within this context. We are working on this problem now with Christian. And Piotr Piotrowski says something like that, that as for a kind of global art history, he thinks that these encounters were a missed opportunity in creating a global art history, something like that. But this kind of problem of missed opportunity is very problematic because these exhibitions, of course, they gathered like 2,000 artworks displayed for 2 weeks with no artist arriving and meeting kind of on site. So actually you think about exhibitions as kind of randomly traveling artworks. So this is one of this kind of global context. So actually, if you think about art history focused on kind of separate artworks, you will get this situation within this kind of global circulation of images. So I mean, to answer your question, these were 2 sources of my inspiration. So Moxie's kind of trying hard to talk in kind of this kind of heterochronic terms about the global art history. Yes, we know we have different times in different parts of the world, but how do we deal with this kind of the archives when some of the images they really create their own time? So I'm not attempting to develop a kind of global art history. I'm kind of testing the ground, I mean, or the limits of this concept. But how could we, this exhibition happened in Warsaw. So I tried to imagine myself in a situation, okay, I'm a viewer of this exhibition. What actually could I get from this exhibition? What do I expect? Or how my expectations could be kind of formed by the cultural background, so to say. So I hope that I'm answering your question. I'm not trying to write a global art history, but rather trying to situate this kind of international exhibitions in the context of this art history's recent ambitions to be global. Does it answer your question? Maybe not, but these are more my doubts, but yeah.
In a way, it answers it, but very indirectly. I don't understand what's meant for you by the term global art history. What is that?
Global art history. I think what I understand by that, I think that I understand it as an utopian attempt. Sorry to say that, in a way that we do have. I mean, you can. I think that my approach comes from this kind of phenomenological understanding of a situation. So I'm a very situated author or the viewer of something. So in a sense, I can talk about kind of the art from different parts of the world, or even the images that were circulating globally. But still, I'm just the person who can kind of, who has kind of the best competences in judging the reception in a particular location. So I'm saying, what is a global art history to me? It's a project that is somewhere on our horizon, but this horizon is not the same to all of us in each different location.
Thank you. There was another question from Christian, or comment?
Hi, thank you. First, somehow in dialogue with what Gabriela has already mentioned, and somehow in response to your amazing presentation today, I think that there's one more thing to consider here, and you have named it. Aside from the global, I think it's modernism. It came back several times also in your presentation. I think it's also the elephant in the room that we're circulating around for some time in our talks today, because what you have already presented with bypassing belatedness in these types of relations and what Piotr would call horizontal and vertical art histories are the connections with a certain type of modernism that tries to assimilate and tries to translate culturally in different types of practices and images. And what happens through these exhibitions is that you have attempted to find out how images circulate, how they are translated, and how they create different contexts of reception, as far as I understood. And this also allows us to create cuts in time, so to rearrange chronologies that are already inherited. And I think these type of exhibitions may become important case studies for their potentiality to redistribute this type of chronological expectations in relation to the horizon that you've already made, because we have horizons of expectations, to quote Koslik again, that you mentioned. So it's the types of horizons of expectations that are set up in dialogue while doing the reception histories for each place in which that exhibition circulates. And it allows us to see the circulation of objects and the images that accompany those objects through the paraphernalia, through the press releases, to the way we design posters, what type of posters, in which type of design. Because this is also important for the type of festivals you mentioned. There's a socialist iconography on display. There are references to a certain type of realism, but sometimes also connections to constructivism that would otherwise not occur on display, just in the posters, for instance, as a design. And in relation to Tomasz's talk, I appreciated all of the talks. Thank you all, first of all. I forget just to say the very important thing. I think you have also done something interestingly, that is to historicize those exhibitions in a chronological manner, and this way we can see how these exhibitions try to frame the past and how this meaning of a certain past changes through these exhibitions, because it doesn't stay the same. It's, of course, being modulated by each exhibition, and at the core is our relationship with socialism, or what used to be the communist, post-communist, and so on, the past. And this context is going back to what you asked. I wonder something, I think it's Bojana Pezic who asked this question. To quote Bojana, she also received the Igor Zabel Prize. I'm happy for her as well. She asked at a certain point, do we always have to translate and create context for each exhibition that involves Eastern European artists that we would like to present? Can we ever escape from this position in which we need always to explain the context for everything? Because for another type of artist that was considered to be part of the modernist canon, you sometimes don't feel the need to explain what is his position, what's the context, and how did he reach there, and why did he do this type of performance? Why do we need to create this type of installation? Where was it installed? Why did he has to escape the gallery? What were the constraints and so on? And so I just wanted to add up another question to your questions already from Bojana.
Just a quick remark. I wonder how, even if in those groups, those, let's say, societies that shared the same cultural, etc., references, how deep the understanding of an exhibition or performance really was. Yes, because if you get like a typical modernist art show, there are plenty of things that you don't see and probably don't know. And maybe your understanding, your reception of the show is, let's say, shallow. You don't see like context of production, distribution, etc., etc. So this contextual turn, I see as something, I would say, universal, that would even enrich like Western art production and exhibitions, etc., etc. So in some cases, okay, some things don't have to be showcased, don't have to be explained. They are kind of easy to understand for people sharing the same background, but others probably should be somehow shown, suggested, etc. Okay. Yeah, but it was based on an assumption that was in a way false, that those modernist Western shows, they are somehow perfectly understandable for the audience, whereas probably they were only understandable on a very shallow or superficial level. Well, we don't know it, okay? So maybe the question was somehow misarticulated. And there is not this kind of problem that we have.
So I think we have time for a last comment or question, if there is any. Yes?
Hi, thank you so much for your talks. It's wonderful to be here all day. My question is kind of in a sense of following on, in 2019 there was a show called Southern Constellation in Museum of Modern Art, Metelkova, that focused on non-conformist group. I was wondering if you would know about any non-alignment, pardon me, non-conformist, non-alignment countries exhibited over the years with Yugoslavian, in former Yugoslavia. I was wondering if there is any. I'm aware of Mark Nash's research on the basis of the exchange between the Eastern European countries and the African nations. I was wondering if there is any examples within your countries of some kind, which in exhibitions were presented this kind of exchange over the years between, 49 till 89, if you're aware of that. Thank you.
You mean European, extra-European exchanges?
No, I meant that because the African students or from Arab countries were studying in Eastern Europe because of the exchanges.
Okay.
I was wondering if you know about that there were some realizations within the arts.
Yes,
that's what
there is one study, and it was published by Zachęta actually, by Przemysław Strożek, and maybe I'll.
I'm sorry. No, there is actually a study, and it's also available in English, and actually you can find it online. He's an art historian from Warsaw, Przemysław Strożek, and he was actually interested in the kind of visual art and sport, but he was at a certain moment he traced the students from the Middle East and from Morocco, actually from Morocco. And so there was a really kind of the studies of big 2 case studies of two Moroccan artists who came to Poland as within this kind of exchange, official exchange. They studied at the Academy of Fine of Fine Arts in Warsaw. And actually there is a whole story because, for example, one of these artists participated in the Warsaw exhibition during the Festival of Youth and Students. And actually he was both a painter, so his paintings were exhibited in the Zachęta Gallery, but at the same time he took part in the sport events because he was a sportsman. So you have this kind of atmosphere of what these exhibitions were about. So it's I would recommend it because it's a very interesting case studies. And of course, this artist stayed in Poland for quite a long time, and they had really close contacts with different kind of artistic milieus in Poland.
Yeah, and there was also a kind of reverse vector of this exchange because there were some Academy of Fine Arts professors going to Morocco and teaching the local artists how to proceed with printmaking.
I'm sorry, just one thing, because I've realized that there is another project, but it does not, it concerns architecture. But it falls within, there is a Polish researcher, architecture historian, Łukasz Stanek, and actually for many years, I mean, he worked on the Polish architects who were traveling to Africa. And he did and Asia, and he did a really great work on Polish architects kind of creating modernism in Ghana. Also kind of researching Ghana's archives, if they were any, so to say, because he spoke about this kind of problems. And this book is published already, so this is one of architecture in global socialism. So.
Obviously, Poland was not part of non-alignment movement, just not. But to non-alignment movement specifically, there is a scholar in Zagreb, Liliana Kolesnik, who concentrates exactly on this international relations in non-alignment movement.
I just wanted to mention that there was a project here in Prague in 2017 by Teresa Stajs. Yeah, you might know about it. It was exactly about students from non-European countries studying here and exchanges that happened between them. And our former colleague at Transit, Eszter Szakács, also had an exhibition in the last Budapest of Pioneer that researched the same interactions between former colonial countries, like students coming to socialist countries, and what kind of interactions resulted from this. So it is a new field that I think we can bring many examples, which is trying to approach global art history from our own socialist pasts, which I think very exciting and can be a new direction to escape the bloc.
Thank you so much for the discussion. I think we can continue it informally. And maybe Pavlina, do you have anything to say for the?
Well, thank you all. Thank you for all of for lasting so long. And I think we can wrap up the first day, which was very inspiring. And I hope we can continue on this wave tomorrow. From 10 o'clock back here. So thank you again to everybody. Thank you to Hannah, to Gabriela, and all of the speakers. And let's have a nice, restful evening and meet here again at 10 o'clock. So thank you and bye-bye.